Soul Snacks. Let's nurture and deepen the prosperity of our souls together.
Hello everyone and welcome to Soul Snacks with BDO. This episode is extremely special. It is with a very special guest, and this person is someone that I respect greatly, someone that has immensely blessed my life, someone that is a great inspiration to me, someone that is my personal person. He's really an adopted uncle. He's a thought leader. He's amazing. He's, in my own opinion, one of the most brilliant minds in the world. It's a blessing to have him here with us on Soul Snacks, and we'll be sharing today about nurturing and deepening the prosperity of our souls. Please everyone, welcome with me Olakunle Shoriyan, aka PK. Thank you so much for being with me. Thank you for being with us.
It's a pleasure for me to be here.
Thank you.
I feel really blessed, privileged. I want to thank you for all that you're doing.
Thank you.
For all that you represent, for the strength that you exude.
Thank you.
Right, and for the value that you have taken responsibility for.
Thank you.
Thank you for sharing all that you are with the world and through this podcast and many more things that you do.
Thank you.
Thank you for your heart and for your focus.
Thank you.
Blessing to be here in the podcast.
Thank you. I'm so blessed to have you. Thank you. So today, PK, I wanted us to talk about the soul. As you know, this is Soul Snacks, right? Basically, we're looking at how we can nurture and deepen the prosperity of our souls in different ways. And you know, one of the things that many religions align or agree on is the fact that there is a soul. There's an immaterial, intangible part of human beings that lives forever, that is immortal, that we can't see right now. Actually, I can't see your thoughts, I can't see your feelings, you know, but there's a lot of emphasis on our bodies, looking after our bodies, exercise, eat well, go for medical checkups, you know, but I feel like I don't really see enough, let me not say a lot, I don't see enough on how we can nurture our souls, you know, and that's really the most important part of who we are, if we really look at it, because you can't really control what happens on the outside. But like you say, PK, what is coming will come. It is who we are, how prepared we are, how we think, how we behave, how we respond. It is those things that you cannot really touch physically that really matter. So I wanted to understand what your definition, what would you say is the definition of a healthy soul?
So, a different perspective to how the soul exists in this condition, right? But it is necessary that we understand that the soul is a quantity in the human consciousness that essentially is guided within two elements, which is the human body and the human spirit. So the soul, which some we call the mind, is right there between the body and the human spirit, right? So it means that we are human beings living in a body.
Yeah.
Or we are spirit beings that lives in a body that has a soul, right? And so your soul is your contact with the world, really,
Yeah.
which is your mind, and it's also the direct contact with your spirit, right? Particularly for those of us who believe in the reality of the spiritual experience.
Yeah.
Now, it doesn't matter if you're a Christian or Muslim or Buddhist, or there are so many religions in the world and beliefs in the world and thoughts in the world, assumptions that really do agree with the fact of the human soul.
Yeah.
Right? But the truth is, life is reflected inside out.
Yeah.
And when you talk about the inside power,
Yeah.
you are talking about the battlefield of the soul, because that is where everything starts and ends with. So you will not do anything beyond the prosperity of your soul. You will not, you will only go as far as the prosperity of your soul, right? And so it is necessary that you recognize that environment and invest in that environment and be conscious of that environment, because the way you think, the way you see the world, a lot of that will be shaped from the feedback that your body gets from your soul, and your soul is also fed from your spirit. So you want to, and a lot of what your soul experiences, you really cannot control. So things we hear, it's like a marketplace. All kinds of things will come around that environment, and it is your responsibility to guard that environment and to guard it, as intelligently as you can. And the way I always tell people is, try to be very conscious of that environment and understand that life is not outside in, life is inside out. And how do you become very selective about what qualifies? Because it's easy to just say soul, but soul and its contexts are pretty much managed by time and energy. It's really about what qualifies, being selective about what qualifies for the investment of your time and your energy, because whether it's a movie, whether it's a magazine, whether it's a documentary or a novel or your neighborhood or your community,
music,
whatever it is, they do feed into that zone. And a lot of what goes on in that zone can be in the subconscious. So they say over 50,000 thoughts go through the human brain on a daily basis. 50,000 thoughts. If you ask the average human being how much of that he can account for, if you give him a pen and a paper to list how many thoughts went through his mind that day, I doubt if he can list up to 50. Meanwhile, 50,000 have gone through his mind, and he can only account for 40. So you can imagine how out of control it can be if we are not deliberately present enough to choose, what, where, and who qualifies for the investment of our time and energy. Now, the truth is, there is no jail term for how you use your soul. There are consequences as to how the impact on other people. But the freedom to be stupid or to be foolish are as much human rights as the freedom to be wise or to be intelligent. So, and all of that is governed, right there in the soul. So, you know that at the end of the day, it comes down to who you give your time to, the geographies and the environment and locations you permit yourself to be in, and so I say people, where, and the third one, I just mentioned it now, where you are, who, where, and what. So the experiences that you allow, the people that define that experience, and the environment that defines that experience. It is not wise or even practical to attempt to make a distinction between time and space, because they are one. There's no way to have time without having time in space. Space, time exists in an environment. And an environment exists in time. So you can't have a what, you can't have a when without a where. We can't be here at 2 o'clock without being here in this room. Do you understand? So you can't have a when and not have a where. And you can't have a where. Where without time is useless. You just can't say we are here. So it's time that gives value to space. So there's nothing like time as an independent experience. There's nothing like space as an independent experience. There's space-time, which is how value translates. And once you have where and what and when, then that is where what happens. So what are you now doing where you have time and space?
Yeah.
So it is important that people recognize that all of these things are one quantity.
Yeah.
You really can't eat your cake, or how do they say it, and have them.
Have your cake and eat it. Yeah.
Have your cake and eat them. You can't. You can't make a distinction between destination and process. You can't make, because these things are one. So that helps people to put a premium on their moments, because at the end of life, when death is sure, when retirement is guaranteed, and we are at the departure lounge of life, ready to take the flight, or we've taken the flight, our life is pretty much proportional to the contents of our soul, which is in itself is filled with the people we permitted into our lives and those we denied access into our lives, the environments we allowed ourselves to be in and the ones we refused to be in, the moments we prioritize or we put a premium on, the experiences we prioritize and the ones we did not. So at the end of the day, you find out that you really can't complain about what you permit. You just have to work on your permissions. Right there in your permissions, what you permit, what you don't permit, that is the wealth of your soul, and that is the signal to your legacy. So everything is at stake as far as the soul is concerned. Everything, the whole of your life, your meaning, your purpose, everything is at stake. The soul is destiny sensitive, is legacy sensitive, right? Nobody will have more money than the wealth of the soul. You will not have more peace than the wealth of the soul. You really have to be intentional about really what goes in there. And the good book, the Bible says that guard your heart with all diligence. For out of it flows the issues of life. Everything in your experience as a human being is pretty much curated from the soul. Right?
Wow. Amazing. Thank you so much for just showing us the different dimensions of the soul that way. So PK, you always say, you talk about your experience growing up, and you talk about how you spent a lot of time when you were younger on the left side of life. and you made your transition to the right side of life. Could you please speak a bit into that, and also then link it to how you, based on your assessment, how your soul has evolved from when you were on the left side of life and making that transition into the right side of life, and how you've also maintained it? How would you, can you please speak into that?
I mean, I'm crafted out of mistakes and failures, but they have become ladders and raw material for where I am and where I will ever be. I did spend a lot of time on the left side of life, and at the point, everyone was convinced that I wasn't going to add up to anything. And to be fair to them, I was also convinced that I wasn't going to add up to anything. I mean, I was clear and honest enough to understand that I can't live my type of life and end up. I was sure that by the time I was 30, either I would have been shot, or I would be in jail, or I would be taking medication with some mental health home or something. I was sure nothing ordinary was going to be my case. Whether it was going to be positive or negative was the conversation people can choose to have at that time. But there was no way I could look at my life and say I was going to be ordinary. I knew I was going to be extraordinary. I was really extra. But the content of that, whether I was going to be extraordinary by being the most evil person in the world, because you can either then be a Martin Luther King, or you can be a Bin Laden. Both of them are extraordinary.
Absolutely.
Right? So that was my case. Unfortunately, I didn't have too much benchmark of when I was growing up. Nobody was. You don't hear the word mentor. You don't have conferences with motivational speaking, or we didn't have all of that privilege growing up. So you are on your own you make all your mistakes, God help you. You're able to navigate them. That's how it was.
Yeah.
So I spent 12 years in the university, right? Studied a 4-year course. I was 12 years in college. In my first 4 years, I had about 50 something courses I could not pass.
Wow.
You know, way back in Nigeria, they are called carryovers. I had about something carryover. Those are courses you should have passed and you couldn't pass. So
And then you have to take them again?
take them again.
Wow.
So you wouldn't graduate if you don't take them. You have to pass them to graduate. So I battled that for 12 years, you know, but somehow I was able to get my degree. But within that period or so, first 4 years of my college life, I was in a gang. I was with what we used to call cults then. So I've tasted everything from chewing gum to cocaine.
Wow.
Life was really wild on the left side of life. On the left side, that's where you have parties, you know, boys, girls, all kinds of nuances. You know, I speak about confident ignorance, you know, that you know nothing, but you're not aware that you don't know anything. So you pretty much carry your ignorance with a lot of, you know, class,
swag.
You really don't know anything. And sadly, there are so many people in the world who function that way. Who don't know nothing, but they are not aware of the state of their nuisance. And there are people you cannot help in the world. You can't help anyone who does not know that they have a problem. You know? Or worse than that, you can't help anyone who thinks you are part of their problem.
Wow, that is true. How? Yeah.
God cannot. No one can help anyone who thinks that you are part of that problem.
Wow.
Right? So, but that is what confident ignorance gives you. It pretty much numbs you to your own gaps. But most critically is that it gives you a sense of superiority over everyone. But deeper than that is it gives you a sense of entitlement that pretty much blames everybody for your situation. Right? And once you do that, you label everyone as the genesis of your problem. So once you think even your solution provider is part of your problem, just imagine that you have headache and you believe the doctor is the problem. I mean, how is he going to help you?
Not going to happen.
I mean, you have to see him as your solution. Right? Once you see him as a problem, you are out. So that was how I was. And I was a virus when I was a kid. I mean, I was a problem. My nuisance value was extremely high. I was a stressor in my environment, right? People knew I was around, and not just me, but me and my friends. We were a lot. We were a quantity, a noticeable, significant, based on the impact of our way of life, that community. So a lot of us were rusticated, some were short, you know, so it wasn't an interesting experience, right? So 2 months to final exam, I left the university, right? And I felt, well, it's good riddance to bad rubbish. I didn't think that academics was ever going to add up anything for me. My mind, I've not really changed from that. You know, I still believe that academics is one of the most legitimate way of losing your authenticity. I think people should go to school, but I think a sense of rebellion should accompany their brain into the classroom so that they can compartmentalize what they are learning and take what they need for the uniqueness of their own journey, but to also put aside, you know, knowledge that is not transferable, right? Because every curriculum is designed with an agenda. The owner of the curriculum has a goal. There's something he's trying to turn you through by the time you go through this curriculum. Right? The person who first certified people, you have to ask who certified the first person that said this is the degree to go. Who gave them that degree? Who was able to say they had to get this degree?
Exactly.
So it means that the knowledge is 1 to infinity, it's horizontal. But they received it vertical because nobody was approving them. It was 0 to 1. Right? And so I'm wary about academics, but I've gone to school here. I spent 2 years trying to get. Society will not see you at a level if you are not well documented within the system.
True.
So the goal of academics is regulation and order, and we should respect that, because if 2 people put a knife to your tummy, one can wake you up, the other one cannot. That's a surgeon and a killer.
Yeah.
When you need surgery, the way you know they want to go and see it is academics.
Yes.
It's academics that allow us to know the difference between a killer and a surgeon.
Absolutely.
Both of them can put a knife to your throat, but to your tummy, but not both of them can wake you up. Only one can wake you up after.
Yeah.
So, but education is superior to that. And so I understood very early that my education is superior to my academic
Education superior to
yes,
academics.
because education, academic is what you are taught. Education is what you teach yourself through observation and self-improvement. And education is the ability of the human soul to do 4 things.
Wow.
Experience his world intentionally. Question it deep enough to find the options that exist in it.
Wow.
And to know which of those options to embrace as a matter of supreme urgency.
Wow.
By that definition, so many people are not educated.
Wow.
Even with a PhD, because they can't experience their world. When they can, they cannot question it. When they can question it, they won't question it deep enough to find options in it.
Wow.
And when they can find those options, they won't know the ones to embrace as a matter of supreme importance and urgency. When people are stranded, they are not stranded. They are just incapable of birthing options. When people are confused, it's not a psychological state. It is the inability or refusal or unpreparedness to take a decision in the face of options. A confused person is not clueless. That's ignorance. A confused person is someone with options he cannot choose from.
Wow.
So you can't actually be ignorant and be confused. When you are ignorant, you are clueless. When you are confused, you actually
have
know what
options,
to do.
you
just
just
have
can't
more than one
decide.
thing to do and you can't decide. That is a confused person, right? And if you can't do that, even with a PhD, you are not educated.
Wow.
Right? So, but I've always had that kind of consciousness, but it was misguided. I didn't have anyone to guide what I was feeling. There was so much capacity inside of me.
Wow.
But I couldn't define it. I also grew up in a polygamous home.
Okay.
And that is 2 wives and 13 kids.
Wow.
And that's a lot of pressure.
Yeah.
On a child.
In the same house?
In the same house. So you have 2 moms dealing with the father. And it's interesting because in a polygamous home, everybody in the home, the children from your own mom and the children from the other mom all carry your dad's last name.
Yes.
They're all yours. That's your dad's last name.
Yes.
Except that the mom of the other kids tell them that you are their adversary. Your own mom also tells you that they are your adversary.
Your adversary.
So when being adversarial is a label on people who carry your last name, that's too much for a child.
Wow.
You know, what you know about enemies is that they should be outside. They should not be in your house. Who carry your last name, who used together to watch TV. You know, that's tough.
Wow.
And then in the same home, you know, your mom wants to be first in class. And she doesn't want you to be first in class because of the ideal of excellence. She needs you first in class because when you are first in class, it gets the dad's attention.
Wow.
Who sends resources your mom's way and inadvertently your own way.
Yeah.
So you then have to be conscious enough to do the right thing by getting the highest score.
Yeah.
As a child, that is too much.
It's heavy.
By the time you become an adult, you practically become incapable of pursuing things in their essence. You will rather master the pursuit of the loftiest things in life for the wrong reasons. So you want to be first in class, not because of the ideal of excellence, but for the welfare economic value in the home.
Yeah.
Right? In the same way, they tell you don't eat here, don't eat here, and your mom is trying to protect you from your adversaries.
Yes.
Who carry your last name.
Last name.
By the time you become an adult, you practically become incapable of trusting anyone.
Wow.
You just live a life of paranoia.
Very
live
true.
a life of suspicion, and you don't trust anybody because you couldn't trust people who carry your last name, who are even
lived in the
involved
same
in it,
house.
who live in the same house with you, who your dad said are your siblings.
Yeah.
You know, so we can go on and on. But all of that, I was in the boarding house at the age of 3.
3 years old.
I was in a boarding house.
Toddler.
Yes, we used to have what is
They
called-
have boarding schools
yes,
for
way
toddlers.
back in the early 80s, we used to have baby classes. We used
Whoa.
to have baby class, and we have nursery 1, nursery 2 before primary 1. So that was where I was. And it was a boarding house. So you had people in nursery school who were boarding house. You have nursery schools, but a lot of them were not boarding houses.
Yeah, yeah.
But we were a boarding house.
Wow.
You know, at that age, you had daycare. A 3-year-old should not be in any school, as a matter of fact.
Yeah.
But, you know, growing up in that experience really ended life for me because I got my meaning from the street. You know, research has also shown that the dominant environment that you spend most of your time with will provide you the inspiration and guidance for that you will look up to and thirst after as you grow into adulthood, right? And all behavior, research has also shown that all adult behavior is rooted in experiences in childhood.
Wow.
Not one is not so. All adult experiences are rooted in experiences in childhood. So you really can figure out an adult if you can take a peek into his history. You can see a lot there.
Yeah.
So for me, I think I was born into confusion. I think I was born into chaos. And by this, I don't judge my parents. They had their reality. I will not sit here and support point. I'm not there when my father was getting married.
Yeah.
The conditions that require that I get a second wife maybe will not be valid for my experience, but be valid for his own conscience at that time.
Yeah.
So the conscience transcends the limits of right and wrong. Conscience is about the needful. And at times what is needful may not appear right, but it's needful. I mean, it was needful for Jesus to die, but it wasn't right for him to die. He didn't commit any crime. He didn't offend anybody. Right? But he had to die. It was needful for him to die. It was necessary for him to die. So in that same way, my parents made the wrong decisions, of course. They made the wrong calls. You know, but hey, they're not even here. I'm not going to even blame any. If you want to blame my parents, they're not here to take that blame. So it's all on me now. Right? But I went through all those experiences. God spared me because I know friends who are dead. I know friends who are in jail. I know people who are wasted to drugs.
Wow.
You know, so I'm here and I represent a lot of value for millions of people
Praise
across
God.
the world.
Absolutely.
Right? So that's priceless. But yeah, I would say that I got through all of that through any strategic thinking. I think the mercy of God, the grace of God defended me when I was helpless. And I'm grateful because I can't sit down here to give anybody any map as to how you really defeat that kind of history. You know, outside to accept that there is a big eye, bigger than your own thoughts, that is watching you. And there is a big plan for your life that transcends your own misbehaviors. And somehow God allows the providence of his own design to just keep you, you know, out of the extreme of life where you really can't call yourself back. You know, but somehow I was able to call myself back. And I gave my life to Christ. And I began to move again, and I had to start school all over again, leading to my 12 years in school. You know, so it was tough, but what I took away from there is that, you know, life is simpler than we make it to be. If we have education, we know better, we do better. You know, we know less, we do worse. So I've learned to open my mind to my environment, be as present as I can to see what life would mean at every point in time, but essentially what all of that represents, all of my actions mean for those who observe me, and how that impacts on their own decisions, and particularly the most vulnerable in society. So I think those things are important. But yeah, that would be my history. I've fought those battles. I've made more mistakes after that. You know, those are almost natural, not natural, but those are experiences that I was born into. I won't blame myself for the impact of it on me. You know, neither will I blame the adults of my life who didn't know better. They were victims of their own experience as well. And they poured all of that on me. But there were the failures and experiences I then had, which were my fault. You know, I then took a lot of decisions later that I will not say is because of anybody. It's because I didn't make the right decision. Wrong calls, wrong judgment, wrong business investment, and all of that. But what I say to people is that all things, not some things, all things. I would rather till today be decisive and make a wrong decision than to be indecisive trying to make the right decision.
Wow, really?
Yes.
Why? Why is that?
I found that there's no way to define who I am today without all of my experiences. Somebody had asked me that would I be a better person if I wasn't in the cult, if I didn't use drugs, if I didn't do all of that, would I be a better person if I didn't do everything I did? And I said that is easier for you to think I'll be a better person because you are thinking linear. 1 + 1 is equal to 2.
Yeah.
What if I'm dead? What if I had gone to class, maybe one day they were shooting that and I've been dead, maybe not going to class or not going to school, one day saved me from an accident. You don't know. Such that whatever life I got, maybe the cost for me living, maybe if I had been compliant and was going to school that day, there would have been an accident, I would have died there. Right? So these are again, if I didn't go through all I went through, or I didn't make the bad choices I made, maybe I will be richer. Maybe I'll be more popular. Maybe I'll be a better human being. But these are all maybes. Maybe the world will end tomorrow. Maybe, so it's like if I didn't come, I said, well, if Michael Jackson is not dead, if Tupac is still alive, you could put anything around if. So we will never be able to validate that expectation and that inference that you are making about what my outcome could have been if I didn't make a wrong decision or if I didn't make wrong judgments. But what has happened is that I've made those judgments. If I didn't make them, maybe I'll be better, maybe I'll be worse. It's not,
exactly.
I mean, there are people
who both ways.
It could go both ways, we don't know. But the life that I know now, if I have to live it again, not knowing any other lives, I will choose this life again. I will go left again. I will use drugs again. I will join the cult again. I will fail in class again.
Wow.
I will do everything I've done. I will make all my mistakes again, the same mistakes, as long as it will bring me to where I am now. Because where I am now, I have not a single regret.
Wow.
Not a single one. Each of my pain have turned out to be amazing, lessons that at the time were very painful. I didn't see any lessons in you. I just wanted them to end. I just wanted the experiences to end. But with the privilege of hindsight, I look back and I say, wow, thank God for that one. Thank God for that one. There are people who left my life that today, at that time I thought it was a loss. And today, I look back at who they have become, and I'm so glad that, I was out of their life, and I look at the people that they were with, that they stayed with, and how all of them are now so small a village, and now I'm building a nation, So I'm like, wow, it's amazing how, life supports your reality, your sincerity rather, and your faith. And the willingness to stand alone with God, regardless of who approves or does not, or how popular your experiences are or unvalidated they were at that time. But if you have the courage to stay true to your essence and the faith that defines you, the universe compensates that. It's the way God had designed it. The universe compensates that. So that is how it has been for me, and where I am now, I feel so proud, and I'm able to speak to the things I speak to. I'm able to lead the people I lead because of the priceless lessons that I took away from my so-called shortcomings, right? And there's no way I could be doing the work I'm doing now. I know people who confide in me at the highest level possible, who will never speak to anyone except that they knew that you've walked a journey yourself. The way I put it most of the time is beware of generals without scars. Beware of those kind of people who seem to have climbed so much up the ramp, really can't find a track record of scars or struggles or whatever that define them, except a corner of it will fall to the ground and die. It can't abide. So, there's just a sense in which you have to be able to make a connection between your struggles, your pain, and your highest in life. You really can't discount them. part of what I've learned is that all human stories, the best of them, even the movies and the ones that make the blockbusters at the box office, they are all telling stories. And the most incredible stories of the human condition are six. It's either you are telling a story of rise, or what some may call grace, or you are telling a story of fall, or what is called grass, or you are telling a story of rise and fall, or grace to grass, or you are telling a story of fall to rise, grass to grace, or you are telling a story of rise, fall, rise, which is grace, grass, grace, or a story of fall, rise, and fall, which is grass, grace, grass. All of life is within that six. It's either you never went beyond fall, born free, dead a slave, or rise and fall, born free, still died a slave, or born free, die free. You have a choice, and your experiences can condition you into any of those six. But for me is grace, fall, grace, 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 grace. That's just what it's going to be.
That's awesome. Like you just said towards the end, your experiences can condition you into any of those six. So how is it that, because there are other people who would have gone through your experiences and they won't be where you are today.
Yes.
They could be better or they could be worse,
Yes.
right? But how did you not allow those experiences to defeat your soul?
Yes.
To defeat your soul.
First of all, one of the level of freedom that I understood very early is the freedom of the soul. What I call the freedom of the conscience. The idea that at the end of the day, I want nothing. I only want what works for my authentic journey. I am not emotional about my experiences. Whatever they are, I welcome them all.
Wow.
They are manure for my newness.
Wow.
They are raw material for my eventuality, for my highest. So somehow I gained that clarity early, and I think that also deepened some of my struggles on the left.
Wow.
Because a lot of my struggle is also me refusing to align with the status quo,
Okay.
but without guidance. So God coming into my life was guided knowledge. But I've always had this creative rebellion inside of me, the idea that whatever is created by man serves a dispensation. That I owe it to myself to question every experiences sent my way by life. So I don't greet knowledge with view or with opinion. I greet knowledge with curiosity. No matter what you say to me, no matter who is saying it, I don't accept it because somebody is saying it. I question it. It has to fall in line with the uniqueness of my journey. If it doesn't, I can't validate it. Even if it's said by 200 popes combined, I really can't accept it. And it doesn't mean I'll be right. It doesn't mean I'll be right. But if I ended up wrong, I don't want to blame anyone but myself.
Yeah.
So I really can't endure the misfortune of experiencing a deep pain alone and accepting that somebody was responsible for it and the person is walking free. I mean, it doesn't make sense to me. So whatever it is, and that was how my life was for a very long time. But I got to a point where I said, you know what, if I fail, which I don't believe in, failure, I believe in failing, right? But if I get things wrong, it will only at worst be a part of my journey. So I can fail because I am always in failing mode. Failing is a verb, failure is a noun. Nouns are oppressive because it tries to speak to a destination. And it's impractical. There's no destination called failure. It's impractical, it's not real.
Very true.
Everywhere you stop, somebody has gone beyond that. It's really human choices that is most important. People camp around human choices and they allow choice and his oppressive context to determine their limits. And choices without understanding can perpetuate your slavery, both to man or to systems. So, because real power stay in the options. And when the options are already chosen for you, what is the power of your choice? So the options can arrest your choice and make your choice almost useless, because what is the point of choosing between two foolish things or between three foolish people if somebody else is responsible for the options that your choice will work on, right? So I've always believed in what I call CIA, credible independent actions. Credible independent actions. That at the end of the day, I will consider all that I need to consider. I will speak to everybody I need to speak to. I will gather views and opinions everywhere, but none of them will be my decision. It's just enough tools in my working table for me to decide what I'm going to do, such that whether my decision works or not, I don't blame anybody.
Take full responsibility.
But Buki, trust me, I don't believe taking responsibility is blaming myself either. I'm conscious of nothing against myself. Nothing. I don't blame myself for anything because I can't see poison and take it. So me and my actions are different. I want good for myself. Any action I take that ended up bad, it's not me. It's judgment. I will live beyond that. I'm better than my judgments. My judgment live in a free world. So I will not have perfect thoughts. I will not have perfect experiences because planet Earth itself, including my mortal body, cannot contain perfection. But my intention transcends my judgments and my actions. So whatever it is that happened to me, I take responsibility for it because I did it. And if I'm going to go to jail, I'm going to go to jail alone, right? So I did it. But I know that is just a phase. A part of me know I'm better than this experience. I'm only a victim of the human condition. So my mind is already beyond that experience. And I'm already living in a better reality, though I am still in that experience. I'm in a better reality because I know I'm better than this, and I have a better promise than this experience. And I know God will never put your miracle beyond your reach. Neither will He put it in the hand of your adversaries. So whatever it is that gets you into a very painful, negative mode, recognize that most of the time there are a lot of actors in that process that are guaranteeing that pain for you, right? Own that pain, but own it enough to progress, not to sit in one corner blaming yourself for where you could have done better, where you could have done. So I understand lessons, but I don't have regrets. If regret means to sit down somewhere moaning and say, oh, I wish I had done that, right? I don't have that. But lessons that says that, well, this scenario can work better this way, and if I have to navigate my way here, this is how I will look at it. And this is what I will recommend for those coming after me. I also know, Buki, that opportunities once lost will always be regained. It's a silly idea that opportunities once lost can never be regained, right? If that is true, redemption will be unnecessary. Redemption will be useless. Every articulation of repentance will be useless. There will be no chances. Once you have gone to jail, that will be the end of your life, right? Opportunities once lost, actually, goes into the future to multiply. Opportunities don't come back to you in the same bouquet that you lost it. Once you lose an opportunity, is the slave of the human condition. So no matter what you do with opportunity, the worst you can do is to leave you, multiply, get bigger, and go wait for you in front. That is why redemption is possible. That is why turnarounds are possible. That is why apology makes sense. That's why being sorry makes sense. They make sense because there's always a higher possibility, a richer possibility ahead that transcends the limits of your prevailing pain or prevailing discomfort, right? Or your prevailing loss. So for me, what I didn't find this in any book, but looking at my life and the life of so many people, I said, opportunity doesn't go. All the guys that lost an opportunity, somehow got a bigger opportunity. But again, your narrative is your wall. Tell yourself that opportunity is gone forever. That becomes your wall. You're going to scale that wall or be bound by that wall. But I don't have such bondage, Opportunity that I lose goes to the future to multiply. And again, that's another bigger one, is that opportunity actually is always chasing you. Opportunities are designed to gravitate toward the human being. What happens most of the time is hustling breaks that cycle. So because you are hustling, which is not right for the human being, positioning in what is right for the human being is our destiny as well, right? It's the jungle that should be hustling. The jungle. But when you are looking for what is looking for you, you keep missing each other.
So when you say hustling, like with desperation, like you are striving.
It justifies the means. And I was getting now, I was past the test of popularity, politically correct, and all of those things that keep people small. Few people actually walk in their freedom. Social media can imprison your life.
Word.
We can find who you are by your likes. Just seeing what you are liking, we can know who you are.
True.
Just what you are liking. You can say whatever you are saying about yourself. I don't need that. If I sit down and look at your behavior on social media, I pretty much know who you are. People your soul content. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I'm not ashamed to say that I've found that everything made by man has capacity to imprison you. It is your duty to audit before you commit to anything, and to ensure that everything you are receiving is consistent with your own highest ideals and the meaning and the assumptions that are critical for your own growth. Right? And if it is not, to then have the courage to jettison those things, even if you feel with this popularity. But life got you.
Wow, amazing. Thank you so much for that, PK. Wow, amazing. The next thing I wanted you to speak into was you went through a severe, deadly, if I could put it that way, crisis. I think, was it in 2008, the whole financial? Yeah, I mean that was a situation that would probably have killed so many people. So many people. Yeah, exactly. So please speak into that and tell us the background and how did you get through that season without your soul being defeated?
So it's money. I used to invest for people. I help people multiply their money legally. Right? So investing on the stock market, on the different market, real estate, in the real economy, and all of that. So I was doing that, and that was the same year, 2008, that we had a stock market crash. We had a global meltdown. So everything was just working against, investments at the time. And I was one of those people that got unnecessarily pragmatic wins on the stock market. And so when it crashed, things crashed. I was also invested in some other businesses, and for some reason, everything just went against me. And before I knew what was happening, at that time, the exposure would have been over $3 million.
Wow, 2008.
It was a lot of money.
Wow.
And everyone in uniform was looking for me. From police to Boy Scout, Red Cross.
Wow.
Anything in uniform was looking for me.
How are you sleeping?
I wasn't sleeping very well. I was, at the end of that experience, by the way, I God's grace, paid all my debts.
Wow, thank God.
Some were forgiven, but if I knew what I know now, I would have handled that season better. Because I then realized that even those I was owing don't want me to die. They need me alive to pay their money.
True.
I over-prioritized the urgency. I disempowered myself so many times by over-prioritizing the creditor. And not just doing that, but empowering the ignorance and naivety of the creditor. Right? I'm bolder now. I'm more assertive. I know more of my rights now because I didn't commit any crime. Things just went back with proofs. But somehow people have tolerance for themselves. They just find it very difficult to have that for others. Because if the person you owe money had lost the money by himself, he will forgive himself real quick. He will not shout. If thieves had robbed him and collected the money, he will go to church to testify that he's alive.
True.
The only reason why he has a problem and is shouting and raking and getting police involved is because somebody else lost the money. If you drive your car and you bash it, you will claim your peace and find the way forward.
True.
If somebody else drives that car, you're going to act like if you had driven it, you wouldn't have had it.
Yeah.
It's just the wretchedness of the human condition that has high tolerance for your own struggles and limitations, and challenges, but zero for that of others, right? But I didn't realize that at that time. So now, because all I needed to do at that time was to go legal, get my lawyer to write everybody, I always start discussing. But I quit on my head, I have to pay, and I was like, oh, but a larger heart. I was going to be on blood pressure medication for the rest of my life, and all of that. So looking back, I mean, people misbehave. Some people today come, they want to get your bag, they want to show respect and all of that, but they seem to have forgotten how what their attitude was at that time. Their ignorance and short-sightedness. Right? But you just have to also understand your ignorance and forgive. But people try to ride on your backs. People will be grateful to even say hello to you, or giving you counsel on how crazy. But I think the grace of God helped me because I didn't know much at that time. I was already a public figure, I already had a name out there, I was already teaching, but no part of that prepared me for the embarrassment, for the shame of that experience. But all of that is gone now, and now I know better. And so it's not an experience I recommend for anyone. If anyone ever gets into that kind of situation, I always tell them, calm down, not the end of the world. People you admire owe money. People you respect owe money. So if you did not commit a crime, even if you commit a crime, own it and face the common law and navigate your way out. You should still not be a slave of anyone, but a slave of that circumstance. But most importantly, if it was a legitimate business that went bad, it's error of judgment. Beat yourself with that. Come up with a strategy, come up with a plan of payment, have a conversation with them, do it legally. If anybody tried to harass you, particularly in some third world countries, fundamental human rights, and protect yourself, and fight back. Don't just take the back seat and feeling sorry for yourself as people become crude and brutal, breaking fundamental human rights, and trying to oppress you deep in your soul. You have to repel that and fight back confidently. I didn't commit a crime. This is a civil case, it's not a criminal matter. So that's what God helped me through that time. It was also a time where, I just as the natural character of a crisis is for a spiritual person, it drew me closer to God, helped me to, I was introduced to be on many levels. I met myself on levels that I would never have if not for that crisis. So I came out better. I came out stronger. I've helped so many people navigate that kind of season till date, because I always tell them, no matter what you are going through, it's not for somebody else. So just calm down. Your story is not the end of story. Neither will you have the monopoly of problems. If you get bold, define it as a season, gain clarity and intelligence.
So it has an end date.
It has an end date for sure. Every human experience is designed with expiry. Today you're very light.
Exactly.
Everything
it's true. That's
is
true.
designed with expiry.
That's true.
Your problems have expired. Just act the part.
Exactly.
Just act the part all through. It's going to go again.
Amazing.
Even if you don't ever pay the money, the people you owe will be weary
True.
of chasing you.
True.
So keep your composure. Do your best. Pay all you can pay. If you have the money, pay everybody back. There's no testimony in being a debtor. So if you have the money, you pay back. But if for whatever reason, after best effort, and I tell everyone this, whatever happened to you after best effort is God's will for you. Don't stress it. Just ensure you supply best effort. Whatever the outcome of your life is after best effort, that's God's plan for you.
I love that. Wow, thank you. Amazing. So moving on from that crisis, I know you do a lot of crisis management, change management for people, organizations, relationships. I've been a beneficiary. I've witnessed and benefited from your crisis management in my own personal life. And PK, you are someone that you're not only gifted with supernatural wisdom, you're also extremely skilled in your words, like knowing the things to say, knowing when to say it. And it's amazing. I just thought I should tell you that. It really is amazing. It really is, it's mind-blowing, honestly. And I just wanted to, you also say that crisis is a part of life. And I totally agree. There's this quote that I love. It says, life is not about wishing the storm away. It's about learning how to dance in the rain. You know, you have to learn how to dance in the rain, because you can't keep praying and waiting for the storm to pass. You put your life on hold. You are not living. You are just praying that How about we start to change how we see this storm, and we start to learn how to dance in the rain. So if storms of different magnitudes are going to always be a part of life, it could be from a crisis of maybe you're having issues with your boss, or you got fired, you lost your job, or you're going through a divorce, or you just lost a loved one. There will always be one thing or another, right? So how can we develop the coping mechanism based on your experience and all your relationship crisis management and counseling and all that you do? How can we develop the right mindset for crisis management in life, you know, such that we can continue to thrive regardless of any season we're in?
So I think the beginning of that is to, first of all, understand that crisis in film is a constant. And crisis is the forerunner of peace. In fact, there is no articulation of peace if there's no background of
crisis. True.
You know, peace by its nature itself, you know, is preceded by crisis. That's why we put value on peace.
Yeah.
It is the reality and the possibility, or the prevailing state, or the prevailing reality of crisis, and the possibilities in it, that gives meaning to
your peace. Yes.
So, new level is new death. you really can't do your next level if you are not going to accept the disruption of your prevailing excellence. That has to go. You know, it's like you can't love your first year at university so much
that you want to stay there.
Stay there. You know, you got to go pass the higher exam.
Yeah.
Move to second year. Pass the higher exam.
Yes.
And move to third year.
That's a very good example.
Yeah. You know, you just have to move on. You can't love your life as a teenager so much and feel you're not going to be 20 something. You have to move on.
Yeah.
And there are higher tests, you know.
Yes.
So that's how life is. So we need to actually be helped at times to develop the conditioning that allow our mind, because your brain does not know the difference between lie and truth. The human brain does not know a lie. It doesn't know the truth. So you can actually deceive the brain. You can convince your brain that you are sick and you'll be sick. The brain will send signals to every part of the body that will make you sick.
Wow.
If you convince your brain that you are sick, you'll be sick. In the same way, you can actually deceive your brain. And you need the right, healthy mental attitude to crisis.
Yeah.
Because nobody will ever be immune from crisis. You don't get so prepared. You don't know enough to be immune from crisis. You will get something wrong. You will make a wrong decision.
Yeah.
You get someone into your life who will mess things. Sometimes if it's not your fault, if it's somebody's fault, it will affect you.
Yeah.
It's just the way it is.
Yeah.
You know, 9/11, innocent people died there.
Yeah.
You know, they were not evil people, they don't plant bombs, they didn't kill anybody, but a bomb came and meet them there. A plane came into their building. I mean, it's just the way it is. Some people became permanently disabled from that experience. You know, good people too.
Yes.
You know, so crisis is a constant.
Yeah.
Right? If that is true, what kind of presidents ought we to be? Because we will never be in a demilitarized zone. You know, at every point in time, life is militarized.
Yeah.
Always something on the horizon.
True.
That is an form of unplanned interruption to the best of your plans.
True.
So how do you deal with that? Because those things will occur.
Yeah.
They will occur by your own poor judgment or wrong judgment or wrong opinion or by that of someone else. You know, for a long time, I used to blame myself when people used to look for what I've done wrong, when people behave around me, maybe it's my fault, or because I used to believe that there's no hate towards you without a cause. There is something you have done that can make people hate you, make people misbehave, or renegade on their promises.
Yeah, or there's a misunderstanding, they just don't understand.
Yes. But as I mature, I realize that that's not true. You don't actually need to do anything for people to hate you.
Yeah.
People can hate you just because you didn't do anything wrong, right? So human beings can generate hate by themselves.
Yes.
That is the wretchedness again of the human condition.
Yeah.
So I don't look to what I've done when things go wrong. I know it's possible I didn't do anything. You know, a lot of times it's just the whole wretchedness. I don't pay for that. You know, so people will best misbehave, people will get things wrong. So first of all, you need that mental attitude, that emotional, intelligence that gives you the awareness to know that, look, on your best day, something will go wrong. Just something will go wrong. If it's not you, to be somebody else.
Yes.
On another day, you'll be almost crisis-free. But you can have crisis-free moments.
Yeah.
You can have crisis-free days. You can have crisis-free seasons. But you can't have a crisis-free life.
No.
Not possible.
Not possible.
Everything is temporal. Peace time and crisis time are temporal. Like I said, everything in the human experience has expired. On your highest testimony, you will not have testimonies till you die. We're going to move into another crisis.
Yes.
That will necessitate that you act in another way that will birth a new testimony. Right? So that's the way it is. So that is first of all, critical. Secondly, is to prepare. Is to constantly prepare. Develop a mentality that, is, undefeatable. I can't be defeated. I don't have a mentality. No matter my lot in life, no matter what happens to me, I will keep. I've played some scenarios in my mind. What if I lose my leg? What would I do? What do I do? Is that my life?
Wow.
What if I go blind? What will I do? What if I've thought of different, and I've answered the question.
Yeah.
If I lose my leg, I'm going to get a wheelchair. I'm going to keep moving. What if so I've thought of, and when people have experiences that I'm privileged to be part of, maybe they have a loss and I visit to mourn, I kind of, play this scenario, put myself in that scenario and say, if this was happening to
I
me,
do that as well.
how will I respond?
Yeah.
What will I do? Will I just sit down, sad, sorrowful, or will I take action? And so I've accepted that no matter where I found myself, I will respond. No matter where I find myself. So I'll never stop. No matter you bring it. So I'm like a ball. You hit the ball on the ground. The harder you hit, the higher it goes.
Wow.
So it's safer to let me be. And just let me be. No, maybe I'm not motivating myself enough to move. But if you care to unsettle me, you're just giving me my meal to navigate my next level. I love challenges. And I've grown to the level now where I fear nothing.
Wow.
I mean, I've seen 10 years 5 times with some extra. So I said to myself that every time I've had a crisis, I have won. So at a particular age, I said, I can't live my life being afraid of crisis. None have defeated me. So now, let me just start acting the part. Because this thing is
exactly
in a great story.
Yeah.
So now I act the part. You're going to end right. So because for about 30 something years, I was afraid of crisis. None of them did kill me. I won. I got better. I got more money. I got more attention. I got more influence. So this crisis seems to be some unpopular type of promotion, really. So I now align with that and wear the right attitude towards it.
Wow.
And get more excited and more creative. And I've been in that lie, because I tell people you also have to know how to tell your own lies through your mind and condition your mind to believe your truth, because your reality is incomplete and reality is a limitation. reality will limit you because it doesn't have enough news or enough information to give you your ultimate comfort.
Wow.
So if you believe your reality, you cut yourself short.
Wow.
There's always a positive truth beyond your reality.
Wow.
Because your reality is a partial representation of your truth. So people define their life by their reality. They say, that's my reality. Well, that's my reality, that's not my truth. Right? So my reality is, I'm in this situation, but I got a better narrative beyond that. So I look at the upside.
Yeah.
Right? And as a futurist, I've mastered the skill of only working in the future. Everything happening to me is feedback from the future. That's how I see it. So I want to see what that future is. If you punch me now, it's a feedback. There's something about what you just did and the future. I'm not as bothered about what you did as I'm about by the ultimate. I'm bothered about the ultimate picture. Every human experience is feedback from the future.
Wow.
So don't be moved by the things in your prevailing moments. Find the connection to the future. Because there's something about the future that this is signaling to you. And if you will not always have the clarity of mind to map that.
Yeah.
So you need one or two warriors in your life who are dispassionate about whatever it is you are going through, but who enjoy your progress and who find great happiness in your growth, who have no incentive to compete with you, but to just contribute to you.
Wow.
And who are spiritually, experientially, and probably professionally qualified to give you counsel or to be on your wisdom table, right? Again, none of their deals should be your final position, but they should be usable tools to make up your decision, to make up your mind to take a decision, right? But you need those people. You won't have a lot of them, so a lot of people try to act in a place of support, but they don't have the spine to spoil in that place.
True.
Talk is cheap.
True.
Paul said, let no man cause trouble for me, because I carry on my body the plans for our Lord Jesus Christ. And like I said earlier, beware of generals without scars.
Yeah.
Feed my child who have never been to the field. Right? So look for a track record of competence. For me to offer me guidance or to contribute on my wisdom table or in my war room, I want to see your spiritual weight. Right? I want to see that you are spiritually, experientially, and professionally qualified to sit in that world so that you don't become a distraction. Right? No matter my state, no matter my problem, you don't qualify to speak to me just because you are not in a crisis. You have to earn your right to speak to me. I don't listen to everyone. Right? So that determines the type of books you allow, the kind of courses you go to, the kind of, somebody recommended a course for us and said, 6 of them are going to take a course, and they said to share with me, would I love to take the course? I said, no. So the guy can't help me. I'm sorry, you can call him pride, but he can't help me. He doesn't have the capacity to help. I should help him. I said, so if you guys take the course, you need it, but I don't. We are not the same. We're not the same. So you guys go do that. I mean, not all birds can live in a cage.
True.
Some birds have to fly around.
Yes, so.
I told someone, say, you don't sing in a particular place again. You sit down and show up here. We used to all be here. I'm not a bird for the cage. I'm a bird for the world. I want to see the skies. I want to fly everywhere. Some birds are made for the cage. They're kid birds.
And that's okay.
And it's okay. It's fine. But I look at my wings. They're so large. I've outgrown every cage. I have to fly. I always tell people, if you are a soaring bird, accept it. Don't feel sorry. Don't apologize.
Make yourself smaller.
Make yourself smaller. Fit the cage. Respect your wings and fly.
Amazing.
That's it.
Amazing. Thank you so much. We could go on and on. We could go on for hours. Like I said, we do this in private and we're talking for hours, right? So I'd just like us to end it here because it's Soul Snacks. We want it to be a little bit short. I mean, short and sweet. We'll come back. We'll come back another time. I just wanted us to end on something a bit light or lighter. I can't really imagine you, because you are so I can't imagine you having fun, doing something fun. That I wanted to know, share with the viewers, what does PK do for fun?
Well, for fun, first of all, I sleep. I enjoy to sleep.
Really?
It's what I love the most.
Wow.
It's what I do the least.
Wow.
Every time I have a chance to sleep, I sleep like a fool.
Wow.
Right?
I love that.
Do that.
I love that.
Again, I like to hang out with friends.
Okay.
I don't have a lot of them, but there are some fellow travelers. You know, who the fun is in itself, short of romance. You know, it's is amazing.
Oh.
The conversations are priceless.
Oh, wow.
You know, and I'm not saying, I mean, I'm a Christian.
Yeah.
And I'm a Christian voice. But some of these guys are not Christians.
Oh, wow.
Jewish, Muslim.
Wow.
But they are fellow travelers. You know, and that's easy to comprehend. They don't speak in tongues at Samsung. Right? They don't do videos at Apple.
True.
If you have the chance to sit with Tim Cook, you're not going to see because he doesn't go to church, you're not going to listen.
Yeah.
Right? So fellow travelers are different. They may not share faith, but they share journey. They share also intelligence at a level that shares unnecessary weight of nuances and inches. There are some things Jeff Bezos will never do.
Yeah.
Right? It doesn't need to be a person of faith. They are just not consistent with the contents of the requirements for progress. The highest level, right?
Yeah.
So it's the way it is. So I enjoy to go out if I have to. I also enjoy family. Time with family is priceless for me.
Amazing.
My wife, my son, to sit down and watch a movie.
Yeah.
I try to get those going.
Amazing.
And then I will not turn down an opportunity to balance serious exchange with fun time. You know, I will not. I will take that. Right.
That's good.
Yeah. So most what everyday people do, I do. I just feel the right people.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So I watch a lot of documentaries. I only watch true life movies. I try to avoid.
Really? Why? Why is that?
This story is.
They made it up. It's not real.
Somebody is just, so I couldn't have enjoyed Rambo or
okay.
Metaphor. Somebody just joined one country and killed 2 million people and take on an entire army. You know, those things don't work for me. You know, but true life stories.
Yeah.
Because I know they happen.
They happened.
You know,
Okay.
I really want to watch awesome epic movies like The Godfather. Godfather 1 and 2.
Really?
Godfather 1 and 2 I've seen, I'm not exaggerating, over 30 times.
Whoa. I haven't even seen it once.
Oh, you should. It's packed with, because it's drawn from the real context of the Cosa Nostra in Italy, which is the mafia.
Okay.
Right? So it's real context for how that world is. And so there's a popular saying like, put your friends close, your enemy closer. That's Don Corleone in The Godfather.
Oh, okay.
Right? So a lot of, it's laced with wisdom and intelligence.
Wow.
Right? So so I do
That's
that.
good to know.
Yeah. I also like good food. Yes, I like good food, and I like to. Food for me is almost therapy. You know.
Oh, wow.
I eat well and I feel great.
I love that. I love that. Wow. That's good to know. Thank you so much, PK. Amazing. So we're going to end it here. It's been wonderful. Thank you so much, PK, for all the gems you've shared. Thank you for the time. He's a very busy man. It was difficult, but we got him. We got him here. Thank you so much. It's been amazing. This is priceless. Thank you. Thank you.
Awesome.
Hi. Hey guys. Welcome back to Soul Snacks. Today is another special episode, and I have a very special guest today. This is an episode that is going to focus on friendship and the power of an authentic friendship on your soul. I mean, this lady right here, we'll get into the details later, but this is Dr. Olayinka Eunice Medubi. I was about to say Agbola.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much for being with me.
Always my pleasure.
on Soul Snacks.
Always a pleasure.
Thank you. It's an
Always a
honor to have
pleasure.
her. She's an amazing medical doctor,
Thank you.
juggling so many hats. I mean, this woman is incredible. Today, like I said, we're going to be talking about the power of an authentic friendship on the soul and the impact of an authentic friendship on the soul. You know, in our society, many times we tend to focus more on romantic relationships and how we feel we'll be fulfilled, we feel we're not missing out because we have this romantic partner, and we tend to pay less emphasis on friendships. You know, we tend to take friendships for granted, if I'm being honest. At least in research shows that, actually, and even just in my few decades of living, I see that there's a lot of focus on romantic relationships. So I think, you know, it's important to focus more on friendship. Friendships play a huge part in the well-being of any human being, really. Friendships, good friends help you relieve stress. Sure. Good friends bring you so much joy, support when you're going through the good, the bad, the thick and thin. You know, good, authentic friendships affect even your outlook on life when you go through diverse seasons of life. You know, they're there with you. Yeah. They provide support, they provide company, they provide emotional, comfort, emotional, what's the word?
Emotional strength.
Yeah, emotional strength. You know, they're a source, exactly, they're a source of strength, you know. So we tend to underestimate the importance of good friendships on our psychological and emotional welfare, you know. So anyway, without saying too much, let's get into it. We're going to be discussing about our friendship, how long we've known each other, and some other fun details. So let's get into it. How did you both meet?
Okay.
How did we both meet?
I can't really, well, I'll be lying if I say I can really remember the scenario,
I remember.
Really?
But I don't know if that was the first, but don't worry, you go ahead.
But what I can remember, I remember that there was this new girl in school.
Yeah? I was a new girl.
That was Bookie. She was put in SS1, that class R, and I was in SS1T. Mm-hmm. So I just remember there was a day.
This was in Atlantic Hall, in Lagos, Nigeria, by the way, secondary school.
So I remember there was a day I was during lunch break. I'd noticed that she would never go for lunch. She would never go for lunch. I mean, she'd always be on her chair.
That's story for another day about this lunch.
She'd always be on that chair, and I just noticed. What caught my attention were eyes. Very beautiful. I'm like,
oh, thank you.
This beautiful girl with beautiful eyes. She never talks to anybody. She's just by herself on her. So that day, I'm not sure if I walked up to her, but I think I went to ask her something about going for lunch or going to buy something at the talk shop or something. She was like, no, she doesn't want to buy anything. She's fine. And I really can't remember other details, but then I know that as time went by, she also became friends with Folabomi.
Okay, yes. Shout out to Folabomi.
Yeah, she also became friends with Folabomi, and I guess they say the rest is history.
Good job. I don't really remember that. I'm not sure if we're talking about the same
day, right?
Yeah, I'm not really sure, but I remember one day, I think it was some sort of maybe lunch break, I'm not really sure, but yeah, I was sitting by myself and you came up to me, or maybe we had just had one of those joint classes, I can't really remember, but anyway, you came up to me and you were asking me some questions about my notes, something about maybe have I copied all my notes for a particular subject, because I think I started a bit later than, it was in SS1, I joined, I was new, and I think the term had already started, maybe by like 2 weeks.
Okay.
When I joined, I think you were asking me about whether I had copied some notes, whether I had caught up on my notes on a particular subject. And I was like, oh no, please can I borrow your notes? Something like that. I can't remember the exact details, but it was something like that. And then I thought, oh, this girl is so nice. Oh wow, she came to speak to me and tell me about her notes, and I can borrow her notes. So yeah, that's how we met. Yeah. What made you want to be her friend?
I don't even remember. I think I was a very nice person.
Well,
I don't think I'm that nice again. But back then, I think I was a very nice person, and I was pro not wanting anybody to feel left out. Because aside Bookie, I had friends that I used to carry their matter on my head. Yeah, so I just always wanted to look out for people. Just look out for people. Not like there was any real strong reason that I had then to want to be friends with her. But I mean, as time went by, I have strong reasons to say this one, she's not going anywhere.
Oh, yeah.
This one is not going anywhere.
Yeah, similar. I think similar.
I struggled with this one. Yeah, I can say that I'm blessed.
Oh, I'm so blessed. Like this girl.
I remember there was a day I was chatting with a common friend of ours. Her name is Dami, and then I said something about having Bookie in your corner is something about being blessed to have Bookie, and then she was like, "No, I have Bookie in my." I'm like, no.
Are you serious? I didn't know about this. Shout out to you, Dami.
Like, okay, yes.
Love you.
We both love Bookie. Like if Bookie is your friend.
Oh, you guys are no.
You know how
you guys
Yoruba people say "oretiton."
Oh,
Bookie is your friend.
wow.
Yeah, blessed. Really.
Wow. No,
She's incredible.
I'm more blessed to have you guys, honestly, because I think for me, like I said, it was probably that whole notes. She came asking about my notes, whether I had caught up on my notes, and I just felt like, wow, this girl, she doesn't even know me, and she's coming to look out for me.
Wait, nobody had asked you that in class before.
No, I don't think
Really?
so. No, nobody had asked me. So I just felt like, wow, she literally came out to look out for me, and she's not even in my class. Wow, and nobody even introduced me to her. She walked up to me, introduced herself, and I just thought, okay, this one has to be special. And little did I know that she was even more special than I initially thought. You know, she's incredible. I mean, I call her my soul sister. I call her Oremeta in one body. Because she's literally like three friends in one. She's so dependable. And that's a quality that is not very common, you know, like everybody has struggles in life, everybody has issues, so people tend to forget, and just get consumed by
what's going on in your life,
in their own lives. But what I found with our friendship is that we're able to come out and still carry each other along. Like, okay, I know my own life is crazy, but what's going on with you? Okay, this is crazy for me. What's going on with you? Okay, how can I help you? You know. And I mean, maybe we'll get to this later. Let me not go ahead of myself, okay?
Yeah.
Have you ever had a major fight or fallout?
Not that I can remember, but we disagree. We don't always agree on everything. Like, she might say, this is how I will do something. I'm like, no, I won't do it like that. So, it is me. But I realize that most times we tend to think along the same lines. It's like our minds are working together, let me put it that way, and that's something I find very, very special. Yeah, like there's nobody who meets me that does not know I have a friend called Bookie. When you meet me, you have to know that I have a friend called Bookie. And so when you meet Bookie, be like, oh,
that's
met you before meeting you. So I don't think we've had any major fallout.
No, I don't remember. I don't. No, we haven't actually.
No.
Not even I don't remember. No, we've never had any major fight or fallout where we're not speaking to each other, or we call each other names, or we're shouting. No.
Now doesn't exist here.
Nah, at all. Like we haven't even. Maybe if she's done something to upset me, I don't even have a lot of those. So maybe I can just say, you have not called me, or you just forgot about me. I'm so sorry, I've been busy, that kind of thing. But yeah, no fights,
No fights,
no
no
fallout.
fight.
And I think there could have been opportunities for that. We just most
It's
times
just
we're
like
in
we understand.
sync.
Yeah, we're in sync. Yeah, that's it. We just understand each other.
Yeah.
And I don't think you find that every day. We just understand each other. Like, okay, it's like I'm in her head and she's in my head. I know what she's about to think or what she's about to say, and she knows what I'm about to say.
Yeah.
Even bearing in mind that we're quite different.
Yeah.
She just knows that I know that you would do this way, you would do it this way, but that would quarrel and now say I'm not talking to you, and it has not happened.
Yeah.
And I don't pray it does, but it hasn't happened really.
No. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's the word, is that we're actually in sync most of the time. Yes. So
Yeah. What are the top 3 qualities you see in her or in each other that have made you remain friends?
top 3.
Top
There's so
3.
many, but top 3. First will be that she's very considerate. He's a very considerate person, not just, and I see that not just with our relationship, it's just the way she is, it's just who she is. Our relationship with other people, she's a very considerate person, and she's very dependable.
You're stealing my own
No,
answers.
you stole it. It was in my mind. You see what I was saying? You stole it. It was in my mind. She's very considerate, very dependable, and she's very kind. Those 3 things. Her kindness level, it's like I want to be like Buki, the way she's kind. May God give me the grace, yes. But those 3 things, I know I can always call on Buki at any time, even if I call her and she's confused as to what's okay. You know what? Don't worry. I remember something. Like something very major happened to me 2020, and the first person I called was Buki in the midnight. I could tell she was confused. She didn't know what to say or what to do, but it was good knowing I could just call her. It was good knowing that I could call Buki. I had Buki there to call. Not like she had the answer or the solution to what I was going through at that point, but it just felt like, call Buki. I know she will say she wants to pray. Let her be praying the prayer she wants to pray. But call her, let her know what's going on. And that for me is one of the most reassuring things you can find in friendship, knowing that my friend is there. I can call her. I can depend on her. She's reliable like that. Yes. So
Wow, thank you.
that's the key.
My own top 3 will be difficult to choose, but I think I'll go with dependable first. Very, very, very dependable. I mean, as solid as a rock. You know that this person has got my back. This person is there for me. This person I can count on. This person I can lean on, and it's not common. You don't get that every day. So for me, that is major. That has really helped us remain friends. There was a season in life, I think shortly after I moved to England and we were in uni. She was doing medical school. I was trying to get used to a new environment as well. So we didn't lose touch, but we didn't used to communicate as frequently as we used to, or as we do now. But even then, she was still dependable. Like if something major happened in my life, where is this babe? I need time. Where is that my friend? Let me go and look for her, That's how it would be. So dependable is number 1. Number 2, this one, I don't know how to qualify it. I think for me, so like I said, so she's a doctor, right? She's very busy. She has it might even come under dependable, but it's more of when someone just goes out of their way to make sacrifices for you, or to make time for you, or to check on you. So I don't know if you can help me with the adjective. I'm not sure what adjective it is, but it's a mixture of caring, sacrificial, quality time. Like just if I need her, it kind of falls under dependable again, in another way though. if I need to speak to her today, even if her schedule is crazy, if it means it's her toilet break she will use to get in touch with me, she will do it. Just the 2 minutes she has to go and use the toilet, she will make sure as she's in the toilet, she reaches out to me to know what is going on, or to find out how she can help, or what I need, or how she can just be a listening ear. And that is priceless. I don't know what adjective to use for it. I don't know what adjective to use, but yeah, so that's what I would say is the second one. And the third one is her wisdom, her counsel. You know, this lady is very wise. She's extremely wise. She's intelligent, not just book smart, she's street smart, she's life smart. Like, she's young, she's just, how old? Let me not give your age away, but she's just in her mid 30s. And she has the wisdom of 50-year-olds that I've spoken to. Some 50-year-olds I've spoken to do not even have her wisdom. And you're just wondering, now wow, this brain, Sha, you know, so she's, and it's the kind of wisdom that aligns with my values, my principles, my outlook on life, because that's also very important, you know. There might be somebody
we agree.
Exactly,
Yes.
exactly. I can always count on the counsel she'll give me. It doesn't mean I'll do what she's telling me to do, but I know it's weighty counsel that I'm going to hear from her. I can still balance it with my own personality, with my own views, or with my own opinions, but I can always count on her to give me wise counsel. And she's very intelligent as well. Doctor. The next question. How do you maintain such a deep quality friendship while residing in two different parts of the world?
Okay, I'll go first. Initially I had to be intentional about it. Like, I had to be intentional about it. I have to say that was initial, like, it's my friend. Oh, I value this person. I value this friendship. I want to be intentional about keeping this friendship. But as time went by, it just became second nature. It just became second nature. Like, wait, I'm not talking to Buki. You know, I don't actually have to call Buki to make a long call and talk about something for a long time. I just drop a message here, drop a message there. But it has become second nature as time went by. And like, I check on my siblings. I have to check on Buki here, you know. So I think that's how we've been able to maintain this kind of friendship thus far, I guess. So
yeah, I think I'll say the same. Making time, yeah, being intentional, but like she said, it's now second nature. It's not something I have to force myself to do. It's just, I need to check on this girl, I need to check on my friend. How's she doing? She had one exam yesterday. So it's just ensuring that we make the time. We have busy lives, you know. And also, for me, another thing has been being open, keeping each other in tune with everything that is going on, you know, in our lives. I tell her about my hopes, my dreams. I tell her about what I'm currently going through or what I went through. Some things I might even forget, but I'll get back to them and then, did I tell you this happened? You know, just ensuring that we're carrying each other along.
And then there's some friendships that are very stressful. You know what I mean by stressful? I've had this kind of friendship. You don't call your friend for a week or two. Next time you call them, hey, how are you? Rather than just flowing with the conversation, so you did not call, you be getting attitude and you're wondering what is going on. Please, okay, Mabino, let's just move ahead and still the person. So there's some very stressful friendships, but this one is not stressful at all. It is not stressful at all. We don't talk, maybe we don't talk for a week, maybe we're so busy. The next time we're talking, we're
it's the case of let's catch up. What has happened? Yeah.
So no. One would think maybe the type of stressful friendship will come before you're married and all of that. Some people at this age, stage of our lives, will still be forming very stressful friendship. You'll be getting attitude over, you didn't call me, you didn't do this, and then you did not come to this. No. This one here is not stressful at all. So, friendship that gives me peace of mind. Now that kind of friendship to celebrate, you know.
Or another thing, actually, I just remembered. I think there was a year. I think I was in uni, probably like 2006, 2007. I had a lot going on, and it was that season where we were not speaking regularly, just because of different reasons in our lives. We were busy and all of that. But I think I forgot your birthday. I don't know if you remember. I forgot your birthday. And I was like, yay, I forgot. So it was like the next day, and I'm like, her birthday was yesterday and I didn't even call her, and I felt so bad. And I eventually called her. Of course, if she had insulted me, what kind of friend are you? What can you? I would have taken everything in. Mabino, I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. Mabino is Yoruba for I'm sorry. Don't be upset. I'm so sorry, you know. But when I called her, she just took it really lightly, like, I'm sure you were busy. You won't intentionally forget my birthday. I'm sure. And I was like, okay. Since that day, just that action from her, that reaction that I got from her, just the mercy that I received from her literally made me show mercy to other people. Because prior to that, I used to take birthdays very seriously, and I used to feel like I'm the kind of friend that will not forget anyone's birthday, all my friends. So for me to have actually forgotten her birthday, regardless of what I was going through, and she showed me mercy, like, yeah, she was like, oh, I knew you didn't call me, but it wasn't like she was upset and she wasn't talking to me or anything. I felt like, okay, you know what? No, I owe this to other people as well, you know. Of course, I don't want my good friends to forget my birthday, but even if they do, it's okay. It's not the end of our friendship.
Yeah. Many more birthdays will come, and I can say, okay, you forgot my birthday. This is what you're going to do to make up for it. And
we don't take it. So. Yeah, we take it lightly, basically. Yeah. How would you say this friendship has impacted your soul, your mental and emotional health, and your overall life in general?
Okay, so like I said, booking makes me want to be a better person. Well, I don't want to not be myself. I mean, there's some things that there's some qualities that I have that Bookie doesn't have, and I wish I could pass them on to her.
Like what, please?
Bookie is too gentle. Hey, Bookie is too gentle. Yes, you can be gentle, but don't be too gentle. My Bookie is too gentle. Me? I'm not too gentle. So I wish I could just give her some of that.
Don't worry, I'm getting it. Lioness, the lioness is coming out.
But that gentleness is strong. Like, there's strength in that gentleness. Like, see someone that is gentle, that's not doing things in a rash way and getting results in, like, okay, so if I don't slap somebody, I can still get my way. So Bookie makes me see that part, and that's very, very admirable, and that's something that I try to emulate. And then secondly, she's my sounding board. A few times, maybe 2 or 3 times, I might call her, I'm very upset. Bookie, I'm going to do this. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. And then she'll say, calm down. Don't you think you should? Because you should not. And problem solved. Without having to break anybody's head. Yeah. Without having to mess things up and make things messier than they already are. And I'm happy. So yeah, she has impacted my life in that. And then of course, spiritually, this girl right here. This girl right here, as if she met Jesus before me. As if she met Jesus before me. No, but Bookie's love for God makes you want to love God more. Makes you want to know God more. Makes you want to this relationship with God that Bookie has. Like, God is our brother or our father, or I know it's I can attain it too. I mean, I can do it too. You know, she that is something. Yes, she's impacted my life in that way. And
Support, they provide company, they provide.
You don't need any other friend. You don't need any other friend. Yeah, those two things I can remember, I can talk about now. Yeah.
Wow, thank you. For me, this lady she's like therapist. She's my therapist. And this one is free. I don't have to pay. I don't have to pay. I can just unbottle everything. Talk therapy. Like she said earlier, we don't always have the solutions or the answers to the questions or the issues we have, but just knowing that there's somebody that I can call and I don't feel shy about sharing certain things. I don't feel embarrassed. I don't feel like we're competing. I know that she'll be as happy as I am happy for me. She'll be as happy for me as I'm happy for me, and the same for her. There's no competition. We're trying to make each other better. We're trying to sharpen each other. You know, it's liberating. It's liberating. So she's like a therapist, talk therapy, just knowing that I can always reach her and just have that session without payments, free. Amazing. So that in itself helps me mentally, emotionally, you know. I think there's something, you know how, I mean, she's a human being, and human beings will always be human beings in the sense that you can't compare a human being to having God as your rock, right? But in terms of friends, I mean, this is as close as it can get to a rock, knowing that you have this rock that you can always rely on, you can always count on, that is there for you. So even if I've not spoken to her, even if I've not shared something with her, I can feel her support, I can feel her energy, I can feel her nearness, like she's with me. Yeah, it's a spiritual something.
Connection, soul sisters, not.
Yeah, I don't know how to explain it, but you know how you feel when you know that God has your back, you know that God is rooting for you, you know that you can always count on Jesus. Yeah, that's similar to what I feel when I'm thinking about my friend Yinka. Like,
similar.
I know she has my back. I know I have this friend. Even if these other friends that I have betray me, or even if this other friend that I have lets me down, or gossips about me, or betrays me, tells somebody else something, just whatever. Like, even if somebody else fails me, another friend fails me, I feel like this is a friendship I can always run back to.
Yeah.
So,
you know that feeling where you know that, okay, I have a sister, I have a brother, like this person is my sister.
Yeah.
You just know it, and then you just know that, okay, this person is blood.
Nothing can change it.
So
Yeah.
that's how I feel about Buki as well. That's how I feel about Buki, like I said, second nature. So it's a
it's a gift.
She's a huge blessing, and our friendship is, I wouldn't trade it for anything in the
Neither
world.
would I. She's an amazing blessing. She's a gift that is priceless.
Friendship in my own world is Buki. Buki is friendship. Let's just nurture our friendships.
Yeah.
You find one, you get a good gut feeling about this. Just nurture friendships.
Yeah. The whole point of Soul Snacks is to help us to learn together how to deepen and nurture the prosperity of our souls. And like I said in the beginning, we need to put more emphasis on friendships, more than we do on romantic relationships, because truly friendships are a gift. Friendships are beautiful, and there's so many beautiful people out there. If you already have great friendships, cherish them, continue to nurture them. And if you feel like you don't, or maybe you have some but you need some more, or whatever the case situation you might find yourself in, I just want to encourage you to reach out, make new friends, be friendly, trust again.
Keep an open mind.
Pardon?
Keep an open mind.
Keep an open mind, yes, and just, put in the work and the energy and the effort it requires to sustain and maintain authentic friendships.
Authentic.
And honestly, I believe eventually you'll reap the benefits. And I just, wish you the very best in your endeavors and have a good one. Thank you for joining me.
Next time.
Yeah, again, Dr. Yinka, Soul Sister. Definitely. Hello, Shibi.
I own it.
Definitely 48, sir. Yeah. Hi everyone, welcome to Soul Snacks. This episode, we have a very special guest with us, and she is an amazing woman. She happens to be my sister-in-law, but she's so many other things to me. She's a wonderful human. She's an amazing HR consultant. She's an amazing mom. She's an amazing wife, and she's an amazing sister-in-law. I'm so honored to have Seun Adewumi join us on Soul Snacks today. Welcome to Soul Snacks.
Thank you, Vicky. It's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you for honoring the invitation. Such a pleasure to have you. Today we're going to be talking about work, employment, other forms of work, not just in a formal employment, a job, 9-to-5 job. But research shows that the average person actually spends about 1/3 of their life at work. Yeah, if you didn't know that, human being spends at work 1/3 of your life. That's a lot of time that we spend at work. So we're going to be discussing the relationship between employment, work, and the well-being of our souls on Soul Snacks today. Seun, being an HR consultant, she works with so many unemployed people, trying to get them into not just any kind of work, but the right kind of work for them. Helping them, linking them up to recruiters, linking them up to organizations, to people who need their skills, who can pay them for their skills. So she's doing brilliant work across the world, in Africa and across the world. Seun, please, can you speak to the state of being unemployed? Because there's so many people who find themselves in involuntary unemployment. So it's not their own choice, but they're in unemployment. I've been there before myself. It's not a great place to be. And there are people who find themselves in that position. So could you please speak to anyone who finds themselves in that position right now on how they can cope, how they can manage their well-being in this season of unemployment?
Okay, thank you again, Vicky. It's such a pleasure to be here. Okay, so the different seasons in life, it's very important to recognize that there are different seasons in life.
Yeah.
And being unemployed at the moment is a temporary situation. It's important to recognize that there are people who've worked for 10, 15 years who end up being redundant or unemployed at some point
Very
as well.
true.
So it's not just graduate trainees who are unemployed, right? So this message is literally for anybody who's unemployed at the moment. Pace yourself. Obviously, there are the challenges of finances. You have to pay your bills, but pace yourself. It's a time to also develop yourself, right? If you're unemployed, it's a season and it's short term, but it's important to spend your time wisely. So identify what your strengths are. List them out and use this time to sort of develop yourself, network more, attend networking events, get mentors and engage them. Go on LinkedIn and look at profiles of people who you're aspiring to sort of build a career in the field that they progress to, and sort of identify skills and professional trainings that you can also, develop yourself in. Right, and then more importantly, don't lose your self-confidence. Prepare for interviews. If you fail an interview, it's a learning point, it's a learning curve. Every interview experience is a learning curve. So even if you don't pass interviews, go back, think through the questions that they've asked you, and then keep developing yourself. Don't stop developing yourself. In the process of trying to build your self-brand, developing yourself, opportunities will come, right? So it's a season, and it's a temporary season, and that's how I see it.
Wow, thank you so much for that insightful response. I think the first thing she mentioned is so key about understanding that it's a season. So if it's a season, that means that it has an expiry date. That means it's not going to be like this forever. Understanding that mindset, having that mindset actually literally changes every single thing that you do afterwards. Understanding that it won't always be like that affects everything that you do afterwards, how you use your time, how you apply yourself, how you network, how you carry yourself with confidence, all the points you mentioned. Understanding that it's a season, that's amazing. So now moving on to some other factors that can affect one's well-being with regards to employment. So like your financial reward at work, maybe the working environment, maybe the manager you have or the leader you have or your team lead or something like that. Other factors as well. So what are some of the factors that you think are more likely to affect someone's well-being in terms of their employment or the kind of job that they have?
Several factors can affect your well-being. You've mentioned some of them. Having a good manager, having a good work culture. If you work in an environment that's toxic, it could affect your well-being. But sometimes, even if you work in an organization with great culture, you could have personal family circumstances as well that can affect your well-being. So from having a good manager will help you. If you have a bad manager, it could affect you. Even if your manager is great, but you're on a team where you're not well accepted, you're different, or you feel different, it can affect you. If you're an underperformer, so you're a great persona, but you're not doing well at your job, it could also affect you. And then again, it comes back to self-development and how you choose to adjust, and adapt, because your mental health is important, right? So from the sort of team that you work, the culture of the organization, and it's important to mention at this point, Buki, that finances are not the only criteria to go in for a job. You must also ensure that the culture of the organization aligns with your personal values, right? So
that's true.
If your personal values are completely different from the values and culture of the business, you could be making a lot of money but be really sad, and unhappy.
That's true. Okay, but how do you understand or get to know the culture of the organization before you actually get employed? How do you get to know? Okay,
so we're now in a digital age, right? So technology has made it easier. Now a lot of employees are outspoken. The next generation speak. You go online and check. All you need to do is Google the organization. You see different people making comments and identifying, saying what they experience, where is working in a place. And then you also need to actually do your research, right? To engage, your potential manager as well, and ask them questions. I like to join. Here's the culture of where I currently work, and I was just wondering, would your organization afford me? Obviously, not be proud, but if you're humble and you engage and clarify, most people will tell you.
Wow. I had no idea I could do that. Okay.
Clearly, not everybody will be honest, and there are some things that nobody will disclose until you've actually resumed.
True.
You have your probation period, right, to also decide. You have your first 6 months probation period. So if you've kicked off and you've seen that it's not working, it'll be a good time to look for alternative options.
Okay, wow, amazing. So in a situation where someone has now secured a job, but they're not quite sure about the culture. They're not really sure if it's serving them. How would you recommend that they go about either maybe looking for a different team? So the problem could be with their team, for example, or maybe just the culture of the organization and they want to move to a different organization. How would you recommend, like, are there any ways that are the preferred ways to go about it? Can they just quit their job and then start applying for other jobs, or is it better for them to actually secure something, maybe network with a few people? Like, what are some of the ways that you found work best? Because some people, the environment is so toxic that I've had friends who have worked in, even me myself, I've worked in environments where it's so toxic that I can't imagine the next 6 months in this organization, and I haven't gotten another job. So I had to make some drastic, tough decisions, bold, fearless decisions, trusting that something else will happen, but very risky too, very high risk. So, I mean, I guess it's personal, depending on what you can afford to do or the decisions you can afford to take. But from your experience of dealing with different candidates and dealing with different professionals, have you found maybe a few methods that could work, that you could recommend for someone who is in that kind of situation? Okay,
so first things first, I'll say it's a personal decision. You must look at your personal circumstance, right?
True.
I mean, if you're, a single parent with children who must go to school and eat, you would obviously have to balance it out, so it's personal and it's different. If you have savings that you think you can play around with in the meantime, again, it's personal and different.
True.
And you must look at your personal circumstance before you make those type of decisions, right? But certainly it just works differently for different people. It's always important to have savings so that even if the environment is not toxic and you're laid off, you're able to sustain your personal life and your family. That being said, it could be your team that's toxic and not the entire organization, right? Or maybe you're just not the right fit for the team. In that case, you could possibly see if it's possible to speak to your internal HR if you are qualified or you're looking into another sort of career path that's different from where you're at. Because sometimes your team is great, but you're just not really the right fit at that point, right? So if it's possible to change your department within the same organization, go ahead. If not, it's always better to find something else before you resign your job. It reduces the anxiety of searching, because you could be searching for another year and not find anything, right? So it's always better to find something else. Even if it doesn't pay as high, even if you have to take a pay cut, it's better to find something else and you're still busy in employment than to take the decision to just resign altogether. And then it's too much uncertainty and it's a risk to take. However, if your environment is extremely toxic and you have good support system, so you have a great family to support you, and it's really toxic, it's affecting your mental health, please resign. Take a step back, and regenerate, right? Because they say there's no health without mental health. So it's important that you're fit to be able to work. But if it's a situation that you can still manage, always better to find something else. And it's easier to actually get interviews when it shows that you're employment.
Still in employment.
Interviewer, some organizations might begin to think, oh, this person, they're ready to leave their work. They'll easily want to walk away, So it's easy to get a wrong impression when you're able to easily walk away from your employment when you don't have something else. So if you can, again, your personal circumstances is important to consider. If you can, find something else and then resign. And if you can endure, sometimes it's just one manager in the entire organization that has issues.
That's true.
I've seen cases where people have to escalate their line manager to HR, for issues, and the line manager actually gets queried. We're not encouraging to go and report to your line managers, but if there's actually a case, sometimes you only just need to escalate it and you.
Oh, wow, brilliant. Thank you so much for all these insights. Amazing. So if you were to list a few ways that people can increase or improve their job satisfaction, so they don't really love the job as much, or maybe they like it, they'll rate it maybe like a 5/10. Are there any practical ways that on that same job they can increase their job satisfaction, do you think, that you found?
I think so, and I'll use myself as a personal example.
Okay.
I had joined a role at some point in my career where I had a completely different expectation from what I found when I joined. I was working with a manager who was not interested in assigning roles, right?
Okay.
Or he was assigning me jobs that were more mundane, if I would say. I mean, I felt like I had gone past that stage in my career, and he was assigning roles to me that were too easy, quote unquote, that were quote unquote a no-brainer, right? And what I did was I sort of gave myself work. So I would go online, so I worked on several other projects, and all of those experiences have helped me today. They've all added up to my current,
Wow.
to the current knowledge that I have. They were not even in HR, all of these things I'm talking about. They were completely different. Some were with engagement, some were in business development, some were with having to engage, external stakeholders.
Wow.
But they've all sort of added up into my entrepreneurship journey. Don't just, identify your strengths, identify what makes you happy, what you enjoy, and begin to look for ways you can embed it into your current role, right? And then again, it's important to pay it forward. If you're already mid-level, identify someone else who's more junior and start to mentor them at work. That gives you job fulfillment,
amazing.
right? It gives you job fulfillment, it gives you job satisfaction, and it's amazing to just watch someone nurture from maybe a trainee to actually someone with more knowledge and able to pay it forward. So just identify what works for you and then start to build on it gradually. And sometimes it could even mean volunteering into different areas outside of work. They're helping to build your profession. There are many people who are speakers who they work 9 to 5, but they speak over the weekend. Some of them lecture part-time, on professional courses. Just identify what it is that you're more passionate about. And somehow it will feed into your excitement. The knowledge you've acquired, you can then bring it back into work. And there's something we call critical thinking and adaptability. As you progress, it's not enough to be skilled.
Absolutely.
It's not enough to just be skilled in, for example, engineering or IT. There are some general skills that are important to have. So the more versatile you are, the more relevant you will be in the future of work. So, yeah.
Wow.
Thank you.
Amazing. Well done. Amazing answer. I love that. So many gems, so many snacks for you to take from all that she has said. Beautiful. Thank you. Can I ask you, what are the top 3 things, if you were to list the top 3 things that have shaped you intrinsically from the inside out into the woman that you are today? So right from childhood, whatever it is, the top 3 things that have shaped you into the woman, the amazing woman that you are today. What will those top 3 things be?
It's so tough to actually be able to mention 3.
You can mention 5.
But I'll try.
Okay.
I'll try and leave it on the 5 because it's a collection of different things. And again, with your childhood, you don't even realize that your childhood, sort of influences you until you're grown up. But first things first, I would say my relationship with God. I'm a Christian. My relationship with God has helped me in terms of helped me stay grounded in my values and all the many other factors that sort of formed my character. Certainly my background, I made the opportunity to have gotten good education as well and good home training. My background also has influenced the sort of person I am today. Thirdly, I would say my mentors. I've been privileged to have really amazing mentors who from my teenage years have sort of been in my life and have sort of guided me into, maybe errors I could have made and I would have recovered from. They sort of guided me into avoiding them in the first place. But it's important to listen. It's not enough to have mentors, you listen to them. So having mentors that you regard and respect enough to actually take on their advice. So the mentors that I've had, and my social circle. I've also been privileged to have great, amazing people in my corner. So my social circle as well, the sort of people in my circle, the people you interact with. Because again, what you listen to regularly makes a huge difference, right?
Yeah.
In your mindset, and then just and the value that you're able to add. So my relationship with God, my family background, my mentors, and then my social circle. All of those things they've all added up. I mean, the 1,001 other things, education, the ability to also be interested in even reading. Reading has also helped me. Researching and reading and being willing to learn has made a huge difference as well. So there's several factors that has helped, but those are just a few.
Wow, amazing. Now, just before we round off, you spoke about confidence earlier, and I found that not everyone can mask confidence at the workplace, particularly if you don't feel that you're good enough yet, or if you feel that maybe you still have quite a steep learning curve to overcome, or maybe this is a new area for you, a new industry, a new job, things like that. So do you have any tips for people, even for me? Like, there are times you've done so well in an organization, you move to a new organization, and it's like you have to give yourself pep talks, when you're going for meetings, because this is new. These are new people that you have to prove yourself to, Do you have any tips for helping us build confidence at work?
First things first, be yourself. That's the first thing. People see through you when you're not sure. Be yourself. And secondly, I don't think anybody's looking for talent that has everything all figured out. We're all work in progress, right?
True.
So be yourself. Recognize that you're a work in progress. You'll be shocked. Even the multi-millionaires still have to over prepare for presentations or public speaking engagements.
Wow.
Right? They just don't tell you. But I mean, if you sat on the table one-on-one, they'll tell you, how do you realize I was nervous?
Wow.
And then people always have something to learn from you. You'll be amazed that you've researched and mentioned stuff that your manager didn't know. I've had meetings or interviews where I'm engaging a candidate, and they mentioned a term I haven't heard before, and I scribble down and go and research, afterwards. So I've learned from that candidate, right? So be yourself. As long as you've recognized that you're in a culture that's suitable, or that you're a right fit for that organization, pace yourself, be yourself, ask questions. During your onboarding process, that's the right time to ask all the questions. So it helps you understand the mode of operation in that environment, right? Don't be ashamed to have one-on-ones with people who have been there longer than you, right? So it's okay to say, oh, hi, I'm new, I'd like to just get, can we catch up? Ask them questions, identify what we call a buddy. So one person who's been friendly to you, who you can, engage regularly to say, oh, I have this task, is you okay? Can you review them on my behalf? Yeah.
Wow.
Can you please review on my behalf? Let them support you in reviewing a couple of times. And then obviously you don't want to be over dependent as well, but it's just for short duration of time.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Again, also engage your manager even if they're not engaging you. So engage your manager, call for meetings. But more importantly, think through tasks. So a task is delegated to you. Don't just come asking questions that are obviously on the document. So it's important that you also show that you are relevant and you know what you're doing, right? You begin to earn your seat at the table when you show that you're competent, right? And you're confident. So if you have to read some extra. If you need to go through all the policies and the procedures within the department, do your homework and prepare yourself, right? And then identify a mentor. Sorry, did I say a mentor? Identify a buddy within the business who you can engage regularly, and then take it from there. And then as you progress, you begin to also get more comfortable, more settled, and develop as many relationships as you can
within the organization.
Yes, develop as much professional relationships. I kid you not, I've had a work career for about 14 years, and I still have a personal relationship with every single manager.
Wow,
in fact, yes, 80% of my managers are my clients.
Wow.
Yeah, relationships. I mean, I've left the organization, I'm not leaving you. adding you up on LinkedIn. I'm checking on you and your family. On your birthday, I'm still sending you a gift.
Oh wow!
And I've had managers who have recommended me for other jobs, right? So developing relationships is really critical and sustaining them. The more more familiar you are with people in the room, the more comfortable and confident you'll get as well. And be open to take critical feedback. You know, when you get criticized, don't withdraw in your shell. Be open to accept the feedback. Go and work on what it is that, you know, the feedback that they've given you, and then so that you can improve. Do your research. When you know that your quality of work is great, you start to build more confidence. So do your research. If you need to engage somebody outside of the organization to help you review your work, ask them to, you know, so that when you're presenting work to your director or manager, you know that you're presenting top-notch quality work. Right, you know, and then be happy and open to accept the feedback, and more importantly, don't do the same thing next time, you know. And then over time, you gradually settle and adjust into the business culture.
Wow. So many snacks and nuggets. Thank you so much. As we round off, the final question, you're a mom of 3, you're an HR consultant, you run your own business, you have so many different clients that you consult for, you are an amazing wife, you have so many friends, like I look at you and you seem to have a well-rounded life. You know how to have time for yourself, time for your friends, time for your husband, time for your children. I love it, and it's really beautiful to watch, I must tell you.
Thank you.
Can I ask, what are the 3 top things that you do for fun? Either for fun or to recharge your soul, because you're so busy, you're pulled in so many different directions. Either for fun or to recharge your soul. 3 things.
Oh, interesting. 3 things. I spend a lot of time at the spa. Yes. I mean, maybe the average person spends 1 hour. I do 2 to 3 hours at the spa.
Wow.
Is
that every week?
No, every month.
Every month. Wow, I want to be like you.
Those are the things I do for myself. So I'm always busy doing stuff for everybody else. My work. You know, my clients. You know, friends. My children. My siblings. So the couple of things I do for myself to take care of myself is I go to the spa. I spend at least 2 hours at the spa, minimum of 2 hours.
Amazing.
I hardly go out, but when I'm going out, I go all out. You know, I get dressed up, do my makeup. I
love it.
Have fun, dance, enjoy myself. I spend at least 30 minutes every day having what I call my me time. My children know.
Wow.
You know, after I've spent some time with them, when I say, oh, it's my me time, I've actually even started to introduce it to them as well. We call it quiet time. You also have your quiet time. I mean, it's so easy for us to just get busy, and we forget to actually rest. So, so I spend 30 minutes. I just relax, chill. It could be anything. I'm just relax and unwind. I also, it's interesting. Catching up with my friends is also. It's fun for me. You know, we're not talking about work, we're not talking about deliverables, we're just gisting. You know, so there are days, average Sunday evenings, I just drive to any of my friends' houses, we catch up, we eat, or we go out to, you know, I mean, we go out for fine dining, just enjoy ourselves. We're always working hard, so
amazing.
So spa time.
I'm taking notes.
Massage, facials. Everybody has what's different. For some people, it's a salon time.
That's true.
You know, some people just enjoy getting their hair washed. Whatever it is that, you know, but for me personally, it's my spa time, my facials, my body massage, my me time, the non-negotiable me time. And it's interesting that even my diet, I feel like my diet is even self-care.
Wow.
Right. So I have my smoothies every day. With my several supplements. Most times I join a 5:30 a.m. aerobics class for exercise. You know, so I get 1 hour of exercise for a minimum for at least 3 days in a week. I get good exercise in. Also makes me feel refreshed. you know, relaxed and healthy as well. So,
Amazing.
yeah, so those are the efforts that I make.
Amazing. I've taken notes. Beautiful, beautiful routine.
Thank you.
So, you know, these are some things that I do, but I do them quite sporadically. So I love the fact that you have 30 minutes me time
Yep.
every single day. I'm definitely stealing that.
Yep.
I tend to have me time too, but I don't put any structure to it. I don't define it as me time, but I think it's important that
Absolutely.
we do so that we can ensure we maximize that time and we make it happen every single day.
Absolutely.
So I love that. And the smoothies and the exercise. Girl, I'm learning. Thank you so much for sharing with us. Thank you for sharing so many gems, so many snacks for us here on Soul Snacks. It's been a wonderful episode with you. Thank you so much,
it's
Jill.
been a
And we're
pleasure.
going to end this with the Soul Snack high five.
Oh,
Hi, welcome back to Soul Snacks. This week's episode, we have another special guest with us, a very dear friend and brother of mine. And this week we're going to be looking at the topic of grief. Grief is a natural response to loss, right? And every single human being, if you live long enough, at some point in your life or another, or at several points in your life, you will experience grief, whether it's the death of a loved one, the death of a friend, the death of a parent, the death of a child, the death of a friendship, the death of a marriage. You'll experience grief in some form or another. And today we're going to be discussing grief as it relates to the death of a brother. My dear friend Toyi is going to be sharing with us his experience. Thank you so much for joining me today, Toyi.
I was happy to.
Thank you for joining me on Soul Snacks. So, you know, we've had personal conversations, you know, in the past, and I just felt like you've learned so much and gleaned so much from the process you went through from the death of your brother that I feel like it'll be great to share with the audience and discuss so that we can learn one or two things on how to nurture and deepen the prosperity of our souls and how we manage difficult circumstances in life, one of them including grief, one of the most difficult really, especially the impact on our emotions, on our mental, psychological, emotional well-being, even physical well-being as well, right? So Toyi, please tell us about the passing of your brother and just the situation and circumstances that surrounded the whole situation, and particularly also how you got to find out.
Thanks. Before that, I want to drop something so that I make sure that we come back to it, and that is how personal grief is. And so I'd say that because in the context of learning from it, I'm sure there are things that can be picked up, but then the experience is so personal. One event, different people experience it in different ways, and so the experience of grief for each of those people in that same event will be quite different.
Very true.
I remember when my brother passed, and you know, we had people, you know, coming to pay their respects and to share, you know, in our grief at that time, and to share their own grief as well. And sometimes people would say that, you know, they knew how we felt because they had been through similar situations. And I remember very often thinking to myself that, you know, I feel awful and I don't want anyone else to feel this awful. So knowing how I feel doesn't really, I know, I understand why people are saying it, but it didn't necessarily make me feel better
Didn't make
at
you
the
feel
time.
better.
No, because I just felt like nobody should have to feel this way.
Yeah.
And to come to your question, part of that was also because of the circumstances and how I was processing it at the time, or maybe not processing it also. So my brother and I'll start with, we were very, very close. We were best friends. I remember...
Are you older or younger, sorry?
He was my older brother.
He was your older
4
brother,
years older
okay.
than I was. I remember another very close friend of ours who he and my brother were very close, around the same age. Me and his brother were very close, around the same age. We
Okay.
had been in the same class and since secondary school, so we'd known each other for decades. Around the time I moved back, I remember him making a comment that I didn't get until my brother passed. So this is like 4 years later. And he was saying that he used to enjoy spending time around my brother and I because we're like best of friends. And I was like, I don't get it. Like, you and your brother are also best of friends. And he was like, no, that like he and his brother are very close, but their relationship is primarily brothers. And the relationship I had with my brother was like primarily friends. And it's later on I got to understand what he was saying and the context of that as well. You know, it's with family, there's proximity, there is shared experiences, you know, there's a kind of easy intimacy that can come with family, you know, even if you have a difficult relationship because of, you know, all that you go through together, it's relatively, maybe easy is not the word, but easier than with whereas with friends, you choose it, you build it.
True.
You know,
Yes.
and that creates a different kind of bond, especially when it's a healthy and strong relationship. And so, my brother and I had both, and that was again, with retrospect, I realized I thought it had just happened, but then I realized that he had been intentional about it. Just obviously not announcing it to me like, hey, let's come and be, you know. But what happened, so my brother and I had been living together at the time, and he went to Abuja for a friend's wedding. And again, because we had been friends for so long, I knew the friend he had gone to the wedding for. As a matter of fact, I remember the weekend before I had seen the friend. I mean, I was also invited to the wedding. I just chose not to go because I think at the time, at the time I was swamped with work.
Okay. Wow.
And I remember telling him, like, because my brother is similar to me. Like, once you're in your comfort zone, it can be hard to move. And I remember telling him, like, look, I hope you're planning to go for this wedding. Have you bought your tickets? Like, this is your friend from way back. Like, you have to be there. And he was like, of course, you know. And so, you know, there are times when there are people who, especially around the time he passed, people who said, why did he have to travel for the wedding? And I always felt quite strongly that, like, he should have gone. Like, it was a very close friend of his getting married. Like, he should have been there.
No regrets.
No regrets from that perspective, no. So we had been living together. I was working in investment banking at the time. He was working in consulting, so both kind of busy lives. Even though we were living together and close, we didn't often kind of like just hang out, sort of thing. It would very often be as one of us is waking up, the other one is heading out. As one of us is going to sleep, the other one is coming back, like that sort of thing. Very often. And so I remember the Thursday of the week before he passed, or the Thursday of the week before the weekend, I had been exhausted at work. I remember telling my boss that day that I was just flat out and like I would need to take a break, like once we had gotten through the next milestone of what we were working through, and my boss said that was fine. Came home that evening, my brother was out, and I remember, you know, I think sitting down to watch TV to just kind of relax a bit. I was exhausted. And so we lived in an apartment block in 1004. Our flat was almost the last and the hallway. And I say that because usually if you heard somebody walking down the hallway long enough, you knew if they were coming to our place. Because, you know, and so I kind of heard him coming that evening down to the house. And because I was exhausted, I just thought to myself, you know what, I'm just going to switch off everything, go to bed so that, you know, I have my peace and quiet and I can just sleep. And he came in, I had gotten to bed, lights off. I remember him kind of knocking on my door and opening the door and asking. This was when? This was June 2012.
So the same month?
This was late May, actually.
Okay, late May.
Or thereabouts.
So a few weeks before?
Days.
Days?
Not weeks.
Oh, wow.
Days before. He passed on June 3rd, 2012. That was a Sunday. This was the Thursday before, so maybe June 1st or something.
Yes. Wow.
Or yeah, the May 30th probably. And so he opens my door, and he calls my name once or twice, and he's like, "Are you sleeping?" And in my mind, I'm like, "Dude, I'm in bed, lights are off. Like, why are you disturbing me?"
Wow.
But I was like, "Yeah, I'm sleeping, I'm tired." And then he had been applying for business schools at the time, and so he said that he wanted me to have a look through his application before submitting it early the next morning, and I was like, it's fine, I need to go to work early the next morning as well, so I'd like look through the next morning and give him my feedback. And then he kind of insisted. He was like, that's fine, but it will be basically like for him to kind of work through any feedback I had, I would have to read it that night. This was around 11 o'clock.
Yeah.
And bear in mind, like, part of the reason I gave the detail was I was exhausted. Like, already telling my boss that, look, as in, this one is not that I'm tired, I'm exhausted.
Yeah.
And so he was like, okay, that's fine. And then a thought just kind of crossed my mind. I don't remember who it was I had been listening to at the time, but a Bible teacher mentioned something along in the context of sometimes being sensitive to interruptions. And they gave things like the woman with the issue of blood, and I think even Jairus, or there were 2 or 3 examples about how, in the ministry of Jesus, despite, Jesus having a clear mission, there were times when he was faced with seeming interruptions, but they ended up being miracles when he responded. And so that thought just crossed my mind.
Wow.
And
At that point.
Wow. That's one of the primary ways where God speaks to me. It's just that fleeting thoughts that you kind of
you can
sometimes
miss very
learn
easily.
to recognize. You often miss, but sometimes you also learn to recognize that that thought didn't come from me, so let me just pay attention.
Yeah.
And so it was because of that thought that I was like, okay, let me come and read through. So this is like 11 o'clock, and business school essays they're not long, but they kind of draw depth out of you. That's what they're intended to do. And so in the course of and obviously we were close, so I knew his life, I knew his experiences, and so in the course of kind of reading through those essays, we ended up hanging out in a way we hadn't done probably as long as we had been living together, which was about a year. I ended up going to bed like 4 o'clock that morning.
Wow.
Exhausted me. We had talked about difficult things, like when our parents' marriage ended and broke up, and not in a peaceful way. We had talked about living in the UK and different things that we went through together, different challenges we had seen our parents going through. We talked about relationships, work, dreams. We talked about funniest scenes we had seen in movies. I remember him playing one particular scene from a movie that we literally both laughed to tears over. It was just kind of like a great moment. And then I went to bed. In fact, I remember when we got to the top of the staircase, I was probably the more mushy one, so I was like ready to give him a hug, and then he just kind of stuck his hand out for a for a shake. Then we went to bed. The next morning, I rushed out. He was still getting ready, so I don't think I saw him. I think I can vaguely even remember what he was listening to. I could probably remember it if I tried, but I went out to work.
So now this is Friday morning.
This is Friday morning. Came back Friday, tired, went to bed early. He wasn't back. I think I heard him when he came back. Saturday morning, I went to a Bible study that I'd started attending at the beginning of the year that a friend of mine had invited me to. And the funny thing is, I felt a little like, I think my stomach was off that morning. And so even while I was at the Bible study, I kept running back and forth to toilets. And at the end of that session, a couple of my friends had also been there, and they were going to go for brunch, and I had thought in my mind, okay, should I go home and just see my brother before? His name was Wale. So should I go home and see Wale before he leaves, or go have brunch? And I decided to go have brunch. So yeah, I had come back from the fellowship. Now this is the Saturday afternoon, I was still exhausted because Thursday I was up until 4 with Wale. Friday out early, back late, exhausted, slept, up early on Sunday, fellowship, then I had the brunch. Then I came back, and I remember wanting to sleep. I remember having a relatively short debate with myself about, okay, should I sleep or should I pray? And I felt like I hadn't prayed in a while, like taking time to just kind of pray in a while. So I decided to pray. And I remember while I was praying, at some point, most of this I was praying in the Spirit and praying in tongues. And I remember at some point kind of feeling, again, I remembered reading something where maybe I think it was Kenneth Hagin or someone that at some point when he wanted to pray for his family, it might not have been Kenneth Hagin, but when he wanted to pray for his family, he would like take pictures to kind of focus his attention and, you know, use the pictures in praying for who he was, who he had in mind. And so I started to do that, praying for family. And then I remember when I got to my brother, feeling like I should just kind of tarry a bit. And so I tarried until I didn't have that feeling anymore. At least I thought I didn't have that feeling anymore. And then after that, I think I went to sleep. I don't remember what I did the rest of the day. So fast forward to Sunday, my brother was meant to come back on Sunday. At the time, I used to host a fellowship for Daystar, the church I was a part of, Sunday evenings. And so the idea was like he needed to be back in time because, actually to add more context, my dad's birthday is June 4th.
Okay.
And so there was like a little party at the house, not party, but just hosting people at the house on that Sunday the 3rd in advance of his birthday, the following day. And so the idea was I was going to go there after church, and then around the time I would need to head back for fellowship, my brother should have arrived, and so that was the plan. And so I remember speaking to him when he was on his way to the airport. He was running late. I remember speaking to him when he had just gotten his ticket. And it's funny because having said this explicitly, the way he passed was he was on the Dana flights that crashed. He had gotten his ticket.
Coming back from Abuja to Lagos.
Yeah. He had gotten, when he got the Dana ticket, or when he got the ticket, like I remember, I didn't feel any way about it. I had traveled a fair bit for work around that time to Abuja as well, and Dana was at that point my airline of choice as well, because I think they were a relatively new airline, so you kind of assume that they were doing things well, and they had a thing for kind of leaving on time. And so I spoke to him when he was on the plane. I remember him mentioning that he was sitting next to a friend of his that I knew. It was like, okay, I'll see you. In fact, what was it I said? I think I said, have a good trip or something like that.
Wow. So he was on the plane and you spoke to him?
Yeah.
Wow.
And then go back to my dad's house where we're having people over. I remember sitting next to one of my cousins who, after a point, he and my brother were close. So after a while, he kept asking me, have I heard from Wale? Have I heard from Wale? I remember I was like, he's on his way now. Why are you? I didn't realize he had started to hear things about something potentially having happened. At some point, I felt like, okay, I needed to head back because I was hosting fellowship. People were going to be coming over, so he would just, get there. And so I went to, I started to set off. One of my friends, family friends who was there, ironically, sibling to the other friend I mentioned earlier that made the comment here. We were leaving at the same time because she used to come to the fellowship as well. And I think she was the first person to mention that she was hearing that there had been a plane crash. And two things crossed my mind. I think I must have done a search or something. I must have seen that there was an Arik flight that I think either gone to Ghana or come to Ghana that had landed but had issues landing or something, and so I was just kind of like, no, I think that's it, they're fine. Excuse me. And I also just instinctively remembered, when I'd been praying the previous day, and my brother coming to mind, and I was like, no, they'll be fine, don't worry. And we went back. By the time I got back to start fellowship, it had now been confirmed that there had been a plane crash, and where people were at that point was confirming the manifest. And so it wasn't clear. There was still
So
two
they didn't know
stories
which
about
airline.
which. Yeah, I mean, it was relatively clear it was Dana, but it wasn't. There was still talk about Arik. It wasn't initially clear. And even when it was confirmed there was Dana, there were different versions of a manifest circulating.
Okay.
And so, of course, that fellowship session just became about praying. I mean,
Wow.
whether or not my brother was involved, it was clear that something
Yeah,
had
yeah,
happened. I was already. It's hard to describe how I felt,
Wow.
because when I think back to a lot of that experience, a lot of it feels like an out-of-body experience. It was. I'm trying to think of an analogy to explain it, but if you can imagine maybe the difference between touching something that you know is hot and then like just having something extremely hot put on your body. Like, the way in one scenario you will kind of feel the pain, in another scenario it's just kind of like there's so much shock with the pain that the shock kind of
Wow.
affects the physical or how you
Yeah.
feel in that moment.
Wow.
And it feels, that whole scenario was very much like that. So I remember, we're praying, and I was trying to stay positive, which, as news kept on coming in, was just increasingly difficult.
Wow.
I know at some point when we were praying and worshiping, I broke down,
Wow.
but then I felt like, no, just encourage yourself. There was still, I think there was at that point one version of the manifest that had the name on it, another version of the manifest that didn't. So right after fellowship, first thing I did was go back to my dad's house. He was the one here in Lagos. My sister and my mom were in the UK.
Okay.
And so I went back to my dad's house, and I think I remember, and I'll come back to this because it's part of what I mentioned about how people process grief differently, but I remember, like, I think it was up until the next day, my dad didn't speak to anyone except me once he got the news. Like, he didn't speak to anyone. And then at some point that evening, I think some folks had reached out to some people at one of the airport authorities to kind of figure out what was going on with this different manifest circulating and what was the official one. The official one had his name on it. And the other thing, if you remember that time, sometimes you would arrive late to get a ticket. They're selling you a ticket that has somebody else's name on it because maybe the person canceled last minute.
Yeah.
So there were also those things where it's kind of like, okay, even if somebody's name is there, doesn't mean they're there, like different issues.
Did you ever try calling him?
Oh yeah. I mean, but I knew he was on the.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
But yeah, I mean, around that time, so many times I think I remember I tried to call him. So many times I kind of, so this was one of the things for me. I felt like I for quite a while I refused to accept that he had passed, and I was praying that I didn't care how God would do a miracle, but that he would just turn up. And it wasn't
quite a while. Like how long? Can you say?
Until his remains were identified.
Wow.
His remains were identified the first week of August, so this was 2 months.
Wow.
I remember, at some point, some of my friends, awesome, wanting to be there for me and praying along with me. I remember having a conversation with a couple of my friends at the time saying that, listen, this is one of the things that I believe God helped me understand at the time. You know, I'm a Christian. The Bible says faith comes by hearing, hearing by the word of God in Romans 10:17. And I felt very much, you know, studying that around the time that faith is usually not initiated by us, by men, faith in God. Even if, again, it's not necessarily explicit. God doesn't show up and say, I'm God, I'm giving you faith for this.
Yeah.
You know, it might entirely, you might get fed up of something and decide to take a stand, but I believe faith is initiated by God. And so what it means is that essentially we don't direct God because we have faith. Like, it's what God has determined he will do and given us the faith for that he will do. And I was clear about that. So I was clear that I was asking God to do something, not that I was believing God would do something he had said he would.
Yeah.
And I told my friends that because I didn't want anybody to then say, God let us down. Like, that wasn't the scenario. You know, you can't, if I didn't commit to do something for you, you can't come and say that I let you down.
Yeah.
But that was, it was, looking back, it's weird because I think in some ways, not soaking the reality when it was so fresh and so harsh as well, because it was so sudden, such a violent way for someone to pass. It was in a lot of ways a national tragedy. It wasn't a private thing.
Yeah.
You know, it felt like so many people
Yeah.
had a relative, a friend, a colleague that passed on that flight as well. For weeks we had people who would come to commiserate. Not days, I mean literally weeks, about 2-3 weeks. It took quite a while before.
So your mom and your sister, did they have to fly back?
Eventually, yes. I mean, yeah, at some point they came down. That was another thing for my mom. I mean, because my mom is one of those people who is, I wouldn't describe as tech savvy. Like, she would be like, where's the remote? Can you help me change the channel? Sort of person. And so we were hoping that we would get to somebody, in fact, my sister was living in Scotland at the time in Edinburgh. She took a train immediately to come down to London. My uncle that lived in, or my older cousin, my uncle that lived in Croydon, was also going to meet my mom. And the idea was, you know, obviously they didn't want, if people just suddenly show up, you obviously know something is wrong. So trying to find a way to kind of show up and ease her into it. Only to realize that my non-tech savvy mom that day had just somehow gone on the internet, gone on Google, or maybe BBC, not Google, and then seen that there was a plane crash. And she obviously knew that my brother had gone for the rent. So she found out she was alone.
Wow.
Which is something that I always, I can't imagine what that was like for her to be alone when you find out something like that.
And was she searching because she had heard a plane crashed, or she was just?
I think she was just.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
And so for the first, I don't know how many hours, you know, she dealt with that by herself.
Wow.
I remember the next morning. The morning after the news broke, this is the Monday, my dad's birthday. From like 5:30, there were people at the gates. And I remember thinking to myself, like, you know, why can't people leave? I mean, I'm a social introvert. And so, you know, I can be very social, but I'm an introvert at core. And so I didn't embrace it initially. But there was someone who, I remember who actually, a friend of mine who said to me two things. One, they're grieving as well. You know, he was a cousin to them, a friend to them, you know, a colleague to them.
Yeah.
You're not the only person that loved him, basically.
Yeah.
They're grieving as well, but they're also coming with the hope that they ease your pain and share your grief. And although I initially wasn't receptive to it, I did come to see how valuable it was to have people that just cared about you, cared for you, shared, you know, were willing to share the burden in that moment. And so those were some of the things that it really, till now, I would say, pained me that my mom didn't have that. Even my sister didn't have that. But you can imagine, to the point I made earlier about grief being different, like, I imagine my parents have a very different level of grief than I did, you know. And so, yeah, that was how we found out what had happened. For weeks, I was there trying to balance between, I believe he's going to show up, and I am in the midst of people who have accepted his past. And you balance that without being crazy. Because, you know, at some point I remember I could hear or see some of the whispers like, you know, okay, Twin is in his own place.
Wow,
like, just, you know.
Wow. How did you finally come to accept that he's not coming back? Was there a major event, or you said when they discovered his remains?
Yeah.
Was that when the journey began, or it just clicked immediately that, okay, now I accept it? Or
So
was it
to be honest,
journey still?
I think because I knew I was asking God for something, like I said, it wasn't like God had said or put in my heart that, you know, don't worry, this. You know how, like, when I mentioned Jairus, Jesus and Jairus earlier, when Jairus came and got the news that his daughter had passed, Jesus immediately spoke to him and, you know, encouraged him not to, you know, I didn't feel like it was that. I felt like I was the one coming and asking. And I guess, I mean, you know, you can argue technically, or maybe I didn't have faith or whatever, was it doubt? Who knows? But it was very clear in my mind that this is a hope I have, but it's not something God has committed to do. And so because of that, staying in that place of holding that expectation, to be honest, became difficult after a while as well. I mean, 2 months is a long time to expect someone that, you know, someone's going to turn up. And so I started to feel, I don't know if I'd call it a burden at some point to let it go, but that I was contending with that around the same time. And so I did accept when in fact, I still partially accepted. I remember there was still so with the remains, that was a whole different issue. It's hard when you hear something like that happening. You don't, if you're not involved, you don't have a reason to think about how messy it is, and the fact that, you know, there's been intense fire. You know, it didn't dawn on me that remains would be unrecognizable. And so my sister and I, by this point she had come, we used to go every day to last week, I think it was, in GRA, where the team that Lagos State had put in place were there to kind of work through the remains. They're using, I think, what for Nigeria was advanced forensic methods to try and identify. And so it took a while, because the plane had crashed into buildings, people on the ground had also passed away. And I remember it was I think the day before, 2 days or so, but maybe the day before, we had eventually scheduled for the burial that oh no, okay, so they had found some remains. How to describe, but there was trying to not be too graphic. They had found some remains, but there wasn't a body intact. And so the remains they had initially found were you know, I guess, not much is one way to describe it in terms of the physical mass. And then the day before the burial, because once they found remains, we then scheduled for the burial and everything. And so the evening before the burial, they found a more significant portion of remains. And so I went with my sister there, and I remember it will sound silly now, but I remember taking a handkerchief with me, still trying to like hold on to that thing. And that's when I hadn't realized that, I hadn't pictured what it would be. When I thought remains at that point, I thought I would see a body I recognized, but lifeless. And what I saw was anything but that. You know, it was part of a torso. It wasn't. And the shock of that. I remember having the handkerchief and just like, you know, the shock of that was intense. It was very intense. And one of the things that was sort of left an indelible mark on me was understanding how much a human being is not a body. Because
absolutely, yeah.
Because there he was, there he was, and there he wasn't. But that was the point where, you know, I fully accepted that, okay, this is what has happened. It's still, even now, from time to time, think I see somebody that looks like him, and there's part of me that, like, again, I'm like, I don't care what sense it does or doesn't make. Maybe, you know, he fell out, lost his memory, but there he is, you know. But yeah.
Wow. Thank you for sharing all of that. Thank you for sharing all of that. That has blessed me, and I'm sure it's blessed so many other people. Thank you so much for sharing that. Thank you. I really appreciate it. It has blessed me. I mean, there's so many details to that kind of tragic loss that you had to deal with, your family and all the other families involved as well, that we people on the outside may not even be privy to, because it's, I mean, the remains, going to see the remains, like, I can't even imagine. Whew, does the memory stay, like, do you constantly have flashbacks? Did you struggle? What were some of the coping mechanisms you used? Did that cause trauma for you? Because it wasn't just now hearing that your brother has passed on. You had to wait till they were able to locate any remains. Then they located remains, they called you to come and view the remains. Then you see something that is totally not what you're expecting. I mean, something really graphic. And then you have to start planning the burial, and so sudden. Yeah, like, so two questions here. Did this have any impact on you in terms of being a real trauma that you maybe constantly started having flashbacks, maybe nightmares, I don't know, anything that you'd like to share? And also, what were your strategies or coping mechanisms through that process, and how did you go through that process?
So in terms of strategies and coping mechanisms, strategies is probably
not the right word.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You're thrown into the
Obviously,
deep end.
you can't strategize.
No, but
No.
I understand what you're asking.
Yeah.
You know. A lot of times, I wonder if I became born again just to survive that moment in life for me. Because of how close my brother and I were, he was a pillar in my life.
Wow.
He was. If you had asked me who I looked up to, it was him.
Wow.
So, you know, I think I'm still discovering how it has affected me. I've heard friends and colleagues kind of talk about some of the changes in how how I interact with people who knew me before, people who knew me after. And so, in all honesty, I'm probably not the best person to ask how it affected me. How I coped with it at the time, well, you know, now it's fair to say I was in denial. Actually, maybe not fair to say, because again, like I said, I acknowledge that it wasn't as if I'm saying he's not dead, God has told me. It wasn't like that.
Yeah.
It was just I had this desire, and I wasn't willing to contemplate, you know, the desire not coming through, but I was aware that it was a desire. Nobody was committed to kind of fulfilling it. But there were a couple of things. So the first thing like I said, I say weeks, I think it was longer than weeks in truth, where every day the house was full with people coming to commiserate with us. And the truth is, their love was powerful.
Wow.
That's the only thing I can say. I remember one friend of mine in particular who was also a colleague, who he was much like me in the sense, and something like that happens, my natural self, I might not just come, I might ask you if you want me to come. And he kept asking me like multiple times every day, should they come? And I kept saying, no, we're good, we're good, we're good. He eventually came with some of my colleagues, and later on I remember feeling quite bad that I hadn't just allowed him to come. I guess understandably maybe I didn't understand how my grief was affecting me. Like it's hard, for me anyway, it was hard to be aware of how it was affecting me, and then with this dichotomy, or not even dichotomy of me trying to kind of keep this space where I'm not accepting that's the reality, was also something. But you know, I think the first thing I would say is God just had so many people constantly coming. I mean, it was clear. I don't know how some people worked in that period, because they were there. So did they take time off because we were grieving? Like, it seemed like it must have been like that, because there were people who were there every day.
Every day.
For weeks, not for a couple of days.
Wow.
Not for, you know.
Wow.
There were people who I knew.
Are these like his friends or your friends?
Everyone's.
Wow.
My dad's friends.
Amazing.
My mom's friends, my sister's friends.
That is amazing.
My friends, my brother's friends. My brother was he was also a social introvert, but he was a real people person. And so like his friends till today are like my older brothers. I mean, they were even then. So it's not even like, okay, they had always been that sort of thing, and even more so. And I remember them, some of my cousins, the kind of support, and especially like a lot of my older cousins, some of my I mean, we were carried. That's probably the way to put it. Like,
that's
we were
awesome.
carried on quite a few shoulders, not just one or two, through that period. And that was, I can never estimate just how much that made a difference, but I know it did. And so I would say, you know, in terms of the things that helped, that was number 1, 2, and 3. Just having people around that cared. They were just there to love you.
That's awesome.
They weren't putting their grief on you, because they were also grieving. That's why they knew it was important to be there.
Yeah.
It was absolutely incredible. I had friends who weren't in the country but would check on me constantly, send me messages, be praying for me. Knowing that you're truly loved is really powerful. And in some moments, I don't know how to describe it, and I can't think of anything to relate. It's like being in a dangerous situation, but having a reason to believe you are safe in that situation.
Wow. Amazing.
And that's kind of what that meant for me.
Amazing. So there was a healing that was coming through from all the love that you got for weeks on end.
Healing, strength, comfort. And it wasn't just, I mean, look, my colleagues, I mean, when I look back, I realized that, you know, for probably the better part of a year, if not longer, like, my colleagues were just helping to nurture me back, never explicitly. The other thing about coping that I think really helped me a lot was just sinking into my relationship with God. And so I remember the days were too busy to pray. In the evenings, after everyone had gone to sleep, I would take time to just kind of pray, meditate, read the Bible, stuff like that. I often felt like I was getting maybe a devotional message that really like spoke to where I was at that point in time. And that really, really helped me. I mean, it's weird because I should have been exhausted, and I was, but that probably gave me more strength than sleeping would have given me.
Amazing.
And so that was really, those are two things that I can say, like having just this amazing support. It's just so much kindness and selflessness and generosity from so many people at that time. and just also just settling into my faith and my relationship with God. I think that's what got me through. And actually, I'll just quickly add something which, I guess depending on where different people are, it might mean something to some, it might not mean something to some. One of the concerns I had was, what's happened to my brother's spirit, because I'm Christian. I believe that, judgment comes at some point, and I wasn't sure, I wasn't assuming, and it was something that I was asking God about. And then I remember just having this moment during, it was the funeral service, not the service of songs, that just, I felt like in a way that I won't go into describing, but I just felt like God had shown me that He had taken my brother. And in fact, I saw what, it was just a glimpse, a man in white walking through the aisle of a plane and touching people.
Wow.
And I remember speaking to someone, a couple of people afterwards, just kind of asking what that meant, not wanting to presume, but like, the general sort of consensus was, you've been praying about this and God is showing you that, He's taking your brother. And I remember being particularly concerned that I didn't see Him touching my brother in particular. Somebody was like, come, God is not that wicked. that He has shown you what He has shown you for a reason. And that gave me a lot of comfort as well, because ultimately there's more pain in knowing that, someone has not gone to a better place, which I believe is a reality. But yeah, just that also, I think, gave me a lasting sort of peace. And with that, I remember, again, my faith is a big part of how I deal with things in life. There's a story in the Bible that Jesus talks about a poor man, Lazarus, that dies, and the rich man that then dies. The rich man is in torment. Lazarus is, in peace. And the rich man wants Lazarus to go and tell his brothers to, take God seriously, more or less.
Yeah, pretty much.
What I took from that, because a lot of people would say to me, coming from a good place, like, now you have to carry on his memory and so on, which I didn't have a problem with. But when that sort of scripture, what I took from that was that, when we pass on, like, it's no more about what this person wanted to do, what that person, even the deceased are now like, this is what you should have done, what God wanted you to do. And so for some people, they might have lost someone and they might feel the burden of carrying on that person's memory. And I'm not saying it's wrong or they shouldn't, but especially if you already have a relationship with God and you believe in Christ, I would say that you should, whatever Christ wants you to do is what you need to do, and you're not betraying the person or letting down their memory or their honor because you're not maybe carrying on something they were doing.
Wow, amazing. Thank you so much for all that you've shared, Tony. And on last words, I just wanted to ask if there was someone out there, let's imagine that there's someone going through grief, has lost somebody close to them. What are your last words? What are your last words of comfort to that kind of person going through grief right now?
Last words. I'm not a mental health professional, and like I said, grief is very personal, but I would say that in my experience and experience of other people I know who have grieved different things, I would say grief is very, very painful by nature. However, I think the process of grieving is necessary and healthy. Because it's painful, there might be a tendency to kind of back away. But I would encourage the person as much as possible to find the one or two people of love, trust, and support that they have around them, even if it's professionals, even if it's not friends, and allow your process to happen so that you can heal and, live on. It can be easy to kind of put the grief somewhere without processing it, without healing, and then it becomes more of a burden as you move on. So that's one thing I would say. The other thing is not so much about what you do when you're grieving, but just in life, you don't know when your last moment is. You don't know when the last moment you have with other people are. And so embrace as much of those moments as you can. The memory I have of that Thursday night I spent with my brother before, I don't know where I'd be without that memory. And at the time, I didn't know what that was going to mean to me. And so,
So remembering that was the last time you guys spent so much time together, you don't regret that decision to go and help him read through his MBA application.
I am immensely grateful that I had that prompt to make that decision.
Yeah.
If not, I think I would deal with a lot of regret that I never had to deal with, and I don't know what that would have been like.
Yeah. Beautiful. Thank you so much, Toyin, for joining me on Soul Snacks. It was beautiful listening to you. Really appreciate it. This is my friend, Toyin Olubake. So thank you for being with us on Soul Snacks.
Thanks for having me, Buki.
Hello and welcome to Soul Snacks. This episode we have a very special guest with us. She's going to be sharing so many amazing snacks with us. Oh my goodness, I can't wait. So welcome on the show, Mrs. O. Thank you so much for joining and honoring the invitation on Soul Snacks. Thank you so much.
It's such a pleasure to be here. I'm delighted to be here. So
thank you. It's an honor to have you. Let's get into it. Mrs. O, please share with us, first of all, of course, introduce yourself so the viewers know who you are, and just tell us more about your experience educating Gen Z and Gen Alpha over the years and how the whole experience has been for you.
Okay, thank you for having me once again.
You're so
My
welcome.
name is Caroline Omotosho. I've been teaching children between the ages of 2.5 to about 10 for over 17 years. So 18 years will make September will make 18 years that I've been teaching.
Wow.
And it's been such an amazing journey, all through these years. I've experienced the transformation from one level of technology to another.
Yeah.
So it just keeps advancing, year in, year out. So it's been an amazing experience. Starting to teach the Gen Z generation, and thinking about it, I was like, oh my God, I'm getting younger. I'm actually getting younger.
I know, I feel
because I
that
can count
way
the
too.
number of children, the number of years that children have been through my space year in, year out. And I'm looking at, what has actually evolved, what has changed over the years. And I remember, recollecting, I remember teaching the Gen Z was an era where there wasn't so much, noise about the use of devices and things like that. We could still handwrite our lesson plan at that time, even though the laptops and things like that were available. Of course, we would type my lesson plan. I was, computer literate at that time, when I started teaching. But now my reliance on the technology, so I can imagine for the children what their reliance on technology, use of technology is now. So it was at a time where it was still the time of Mario and things like that. There were iPads when I started teaching the children.
Wow.
And so there wasn't so much emphasis on use of technology, even though we tried as much as possible to infuse, technology into teaching space at that time. Our major technology tool at that time was maybe Promethean boards and smart boards.
Wow.
And then we had the desktop, in our classes, and that was it. And that was basically it. And children were not expected to bring in their devices to school, and so that was the generation that I started with, and that's the Gen Z generation. Yes, we had a whole lot of fun, it was engaging, there was a whole lot of social interactions amongst the children, and yes, parents were equally hands-on at that time. But what I like about the Gen Alpha is the fact that parents are also more involved, so there is more awareness in terms of our space. Right now, parents are more aware of what tools, what skills do the teacher require to teach the children. You have more parents who are involved, with the Gen Alpha. But the thing is, the Gen Alpha, without this device, without the devices, more or less like your world is crumbling.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
you rely on you rely on technology. You want to engage the children, for example. There has to be some sort of games and to improve student engagement, because there is shorter attention span.
Yes.
Permit me to
Yes.
say that.
Yes.
And so I remember recollecting teaching children of Gen Z at that time. Yes, they didn't really like writing.
Yeah.
Well, I could recount that they liked to write, stories, and we will recreate, we will retell in our own imagination. So, but with the Gen Alpha, we've had to compel them
Wow.
to just put something, on paper. Because of course, as traditional teachers, you still want children, to do some sort of, writing.
Yes.
Because the truth is, writing exercise is actually a very good exercise. It helps with the brain development. It helps with your concentration. It helps with the fine motor skills, to keep improving and developing.
Yeah.
I mean, it comes with its own advantages,
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, I know some people will make a case for how about them getting, an e-pen and write. I mean, there's actually a difference, if you know what
I agree. I
when you're
totally
talking
agree.
about the orientation, you're talking about the size, you're talking about spacing, you're talking about legibility. I mean, so it's actually been fun. It's been fun because the truth is, teaching children in the Gen Alpha children, it also makes you as a teacher to also become technologically aware, more aware, so you are into online safety and all of those things that, I never imagined in my world that I would actually learn. And then there's more availability of information now.
Yep.
So when it talks about reading, promoting reading skills, there are a lot of platforms, online platforms that you can leverage on, to promote reading. But there is this some sort of difference. Hard copy books are still very much available, but we're moving into, get your ebook, get your e-textbook, get your e-this, get your e-that. And so it's more or less like our lives is kind of moving onto that device.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's
Wow.
evolved.
Wow. Yeah, absolutely. Wow. Thank you so much for that, Mrs. O. Yeah. Like you said, the evolution of technology, crazy. It's been so rapid. And I think moving on to the next question, my next question for you, I think the greatest oxymoron with Generation Z and Generation Alpha is the blessing and the curse of technology. That's my opinion. And I would love to hear your experience about a major blessing that you've witnessed. You've already, mentioned some. A major blessing that you've witnessed, and also a major curse that you've experienced throughout the years of experience, of your experience teaching both generations.
All right, the list is actually endless for the pros and the cons of the use of technology. But one thing that I like about the use of technology is the fact that it helps children with their level of independence, I would say. Independence in terms of, so you've assigned a task to them to do, for example. So instead of waiting for moms and dads, to come back from work to support them, because technology is available, and of course in a safe space, I would say.
Yeah.
Because one thing we've tried to do as much as possible in my own environment is we lay so much emphasis on online safety, because of course one has to be very aware of cyberbullying and predators online and things like that. So we encourage a whole lot of safety, so parents put in a lot of security measures on their devices just to monitor that space. So for me, the children have been able to independently complete their tasks at different levels. And for me, I really love that. And you find children, of this age, I mean, gone are the days where you have to sit and then one computer teacher will open the textbook to teach you what Microsoft is like. Then I remember desktop and things like that. We don't need to teach the basics anymore, because right from the womb now, the children even know what the screen is like, they know what the CPU is like, because they daily interact with that. So the fact that you don't have to go from, like teaching Fortran, teaching computer, whatever. You don't need all of those things, because this is here with the children. So they were born into it.
Yes.
So they are called the digital natives, right? So it's been a blessing, because some basics. They've just learned it. It's just innate in them.
Yes,
Nobody taught them.
Yeah.
They just, it's modeled, and they pick up on that skill. So getting children to become independent in terms of taking ownership of their learning is an advantage. And I would say that in terms of the presentation of their work, so it's in this generation that you will find an 8-year-old, a 7-year-old getting on independently to put up something about themselves, to do a research, about a specific topic or any area of interest. You'll find them doing that, by themselves, putting everything together on a Microsoft PowerPoint. So things that we were taught, that we had teachers to teach us at that time. I mean, the computer is there now, to teach the children. I like the fact that, children can also keep tab of their progress, with technology, because a lot of learning has been gamified. So we have what we call gamified learning, where learning is fun. Some children who find telling the time difficult, for example, because of technology, you find that everything has been turned into a game, and then you compete against the computer, or you compete against maybe your friends online, and with that, the children are like, no, I need to get on to the next level. The same thing applies to reading. So you find that the children are, as a result of their interest, they are trying as much as possible to push themselves to get onto the next level, and in a way that helps build their intrinsic motivation, to learn. So I would say these are blessings of computer that I have seen. I remember years back when, because at the end of the year we will do what you call a memory book.
Okay.
I don't know if you remember.
No.
So we do what you call a memory book, where you just pick samples of children's work throughout the year, maybe their best, or you allow the children to choose their pieces of work, not more than 10. So more like profiling, just to see, for the children to see their progress throughout the year. And I remember I would spend endless nights, cutting and making sure that the worksheets are well trimmed, and we mount them on paper and we stick them together. I'm still but not anymore because of technology. Now the children are the ones who are saying, okay, this is the content of what I want my memory book to be like. But instead of us having what we call a hard copy of memory book, again, we first of all, with the Gen Z, we transitioned to the use of memory CD. So the VCD. So we record everything on VCD. But now we have a safe space where it's just a link away, or in the children's Google Classroom or something, and it's forever accessible because it's cloud-based. So those are some of the advancements I've seen. I've seen creativity. I've even seen collaboration online, with the use of technology. Now talking about the courses, that's the bit I really do not like to talk about, because no matter how you try to make the space very safe for the children and sane, there is a whole lot of information overload. That if children are not properly guided, they would have that tendency to do things, that are not, palatable to one, and suitable to one as an
And children
adult.
are very curious.
They are very curious, despite the fact that you have all those security measures in place, you have the safety and all of those things. Parents have control over the apps. I remember my son saying to me, Mom, even though, yes, you put all these measures in place, but I can still go at the back end and do something. I can boycott whatever you have done. And he showed me. So they are more advanced than us. No matter what we do, they are actually more advanced than us. So it's important that even we as parents, it's important that we are also forever trying to upgrade and upskill ourselves, so that we are not left behind. Because the truth is, the children have left us when it's as far as the use of digital technologies is concerned. So I've experienced cyberbullying online, and even though we talk about safeguarding of children online, yes, we have the physical safeguarding, we have the emotional safeguarding, but with online, we do all sorts of pep talk and all of this thing. We talk about the ills and the positives in the use of devices and all of this. But I mean, when I experienced that cyberbullying, two children, cyberbullying each other, I mean, I was really sad. Like, so we've had to move things that were happening physically, we've moved them, online. And so now you talk about depression amongst children. These are, this is a topic that it's not so popular, in years past, but it's become a norm in our generation. I mean, in this generation now, because of overexposure, to technology, screen time, and so some children lose focus. So if their learning is not online, if you have not gamified their learning, then they are not learning. So some of them have become addicted, to technology. So this is another danger that I have seen with the use of technology. What other danger have I seen? There are actually so many ills, that come with the use of technology. We have so many blessings, and at the same time we have many ills at the same time. So, I mean, the list is endless. You know what I mean?
Wow, thank you so much for sharing that, Mrs. O. So, are you able to, you said the list is endless. Are you able to share with us some tips for maximizing the blessing of technology, and also some tips for taming the curses of technology as well?
All right, so for maximizing the blessings of technology, for me, I would say that we should, for whatever we will do, problem solving, creativity is key. And I've seen that one of the blessings of technology, use of technology, is actually creativity and problem solving. And I feel that as parents, as adults, we can leverage on that, to relate whatever the children are doing to real life situation, and you will be amazed at the solution that the children will bring to our world. I mean, we should not just limit it to, he's a child, she's a child, she doesn't know what she's talking about. They actually do know what they are talking about. I mean, and so because of that, we should create a real life, we should find opportunities to create real life experiences for the children, so that they can forever think about how they will be adding value to their world, even through that device that they've got with them. It's not just for you to just enjoy yourself. It's not all about myself. We can flip it around and say, yes, this is for a certain reason. Why do we have technology, use of technology in education? Why do we have technology in healthcare? Why do we use technology in the airspace? Why do we use technology in different fields of life? And leverage that to say, okay, these are your interests. How then can you use technology, to advance your interest? What can you do? How can you solve problems? We just create those, those scenarios for the children, and it's just for us to keep advancing their level of creativity and problem solving. But what I see a lot of parents do is, oh, okay, you're busy. Okay, off you go, to your device. What is the purpose? For every use of technology, for children, I feel that it should be purposeful. In as much as it's meant for entertainment, so you have 1 hour, for example, to play a game or do whatever. We must find other reasons why they should be using using their devices beyond just keep yourself busy, because it's in the place of them keeping themselves busy that we lose our family values, we lose the bond. And so children would not be able to connect with their parents. And so they're discussing with their parents, and the next thing is their attention is on their devices. So we must guide the children, to carefully use their devices, in a very positive way. More or less like you are here to solve a problem. So your device is to be used to solve a problem. It's not about you. When we make children, take it away from them and say, it's not about you. It's about the world around you. It's about the influence, the impact you will make in your world. I think that way you will find the children say, okay, it's not actually for me to be engaged because I don't have an activity to do, but it's because there is a purpose. So parents can actually leverage on that to make sure that their children become solution bringers to the world, and they are solution oriented much more than using it for other reasons. Then I would also say that how can we use that to tame the tips? I did say earlier that the children are more advanced than us, and so we just have to be intentional as parents. I would say that we have to be intentional as parents. This is an age where there is a whole lot of clamor for intentional parenting. And so we need to take it top notch to another level. I'm aware of Lagos moms, for example, from time to time would organize master classes for parents. So she has master classes for children too, to teach them how to stay safe
Lagos
online.
Moms, that's a YouTube channel?
It's a YouTube channel. She has a platform. I mean, she's amazing.
Wow,
She's I think her own solution is for her to influence the digital natives and their parents. So there are programs for children, and there are also programs for teenagers and also for adults.
Oh, amazing.
So
shout out
parents,
Lagos Moms.
So for parents, parents can actually sign up for master classes, and you'll find that you and your children or your child, you will be at par, if as much as possible. So that gap, those gray areas, because they've been identified, it's very quick for us to plug those areas, if I may say that. Then I would also say that in taming the use of technology, it's also important that for those who have that orientation of promoting family values, there should be a cutoff time where this is between this time and this time is when you are allowed to use your device, even as a teenager, because for me, I define a child as anybody who is under 18 years. So yes, you are a teenager. You are still under my roof. I'm still the one paying your bills. And my sole responsibility is to look after you until you get to that age. And so we will reach that compromise of where it gets to a time, this is the cutoff time for the use of your device. This is the time where we need to sit together as a family and talk about issues and share experiences. Because I find that if you don't do that, you have children, 3 siblings from the same father and the same mother. They are living in the same house and they are strangers to themselves. You see, even a family of 5, a family of 4, dad is on the phone, mom is on the phone, and the children are on their phones or on their iPads, on whatever. There should be a time where we are saying to ourselves, no, this is the time for us to come together, to bond as a family, so that we can keep promoting the family values. The Bible says that train up a child in the way he should go, so that when he grows old, he will not depart from it. So whatever we instill in them at a young age is what they will grow up with. So we must define what our family values are. We must define what our mission is as a family, and create activities around that will tailor towards promoting that vision and that mission, so that the children collectively will fall in line, and everybody would grow up to love themselves and not be selfish. Because the truth is, give it as it may, I love technology, but one thing that the harm it can do to children is them not having essence or having sense of a family, sense of belonging. This is mine. It's all about, so it makes them become self-centered, if you may. I remember with the Gen Z, it was a case of there's one desktop in the family and the children will have to take turns. So they must learn to collaborate. Yes, my teacher has given me a task to do, but you have only 30 minutes on the computer. Another child has maybe another 1 hour if he's older on the computer. So it teaches them tolerance. It teaches them communication. It teaches them patience. But now it's accessible. As you're giving birth to a child, right from as the child is a neonate, the child has a device. So every child has a device now, and there is danger in that. And also, I would also say that we should clear out the rooms of all sorts of devices. So I'll give an example of what I do.
Every night?
Yes, I'll give an example of what I do in my house. My son loves his device so much, and so I had to put a cap on it. Once it's 8 o'clock, that's the end to the use of device. once it's 8 o'clock, that's the end to whatever, to your PS, whatever it is, anything at all. That's the cutoff time. And then you submit your phone. That's the end. No more. So from 8 to 6 the following morning is free from all of those things. And then I also think that it's very important for parents to also, yes, it's good for us to shield the children away from those dangers, but at the same time, it's important to talk about, so have an orientation, give the children orientation about the dangers that are available. Talk about these things, because if you don't talk about them, the children will fall prey. So the same way we have physical grooming, we have online grooming. It's important that you teach the children when you have this experience, so create that experience for them. When you encounter this is what you need to do. Raise a red flag. Speak to this person. So these are the people you can talk to when you see this happening online. Do not share your information. Do not share your home address. Do not, no. Do not even impersonate. Be yourself, but be aware that there are so many predators online. So it's important that we talk about all of these things. We should not just assume that the school will do the work of safeguarding your children for you online. We as parents, we have that responsibility to also do that for our children. And we have to be very intentional about it. Every experience that happens, you hear a story, come home and talk about it with your children. You've read something, it could be something you've read in the newspaper, it could be something that maybe your colleague mentioned to you, anything that has to do with the children's safety, especially with respect to the use of technology and the device and things like that. Talk about it, because you cannot over talk. The truth is, even when they pretend like they are not listening, that voice of reasoning will keep resonating and echoing over and over again.
Wow, thank you. So Mrs. O, next I want us to talk about resilience, building resilience in our children, Gen Z and Gen Alpha, because it's important for us to build emotional and mental fortitude in them. We're finding that their threshold, particularly Gen Z and Gen Alpha, their threshold for pain, their threshold for stress, their threshold for adversity, challenges, way lower. It's way lower than previous generations. So how can we begin to build more resilience in them at their level?
All right, that's an interesting question to ask. And I will say that actually stems from our own parenting style and skills. And so it starts from we asking ourselves as parents, what exactly do we want? What is a reality in this life? What is it like? Because we mustn't create, a fantasy for the children. Create a reality, bring them into that reality, and let them understand that there is a place for tolerance, there is a place for adversity. You've been through that experience. And so that alone should give you an opportunity to speak to your children about adversity and how you as a child at that time was able to navigate, through those experiences. I mean, such experiences happen to people at different stages of life. Some would have such experiences as a child. Another person might have it as a teenager. Some maybe as a young adult, and and what have you. But the truth about life is not a bed of roses.
No.
But the world and the impression we create for those children,
and it's usually well-meaning,
is a bed of roses. While I get it, that it's well-meaning, but we must also be realistic of the kind of children we have in this generation. They take your words very seriously, and so that's why when you promise them something, you have to ensure that you keep to your promise. All right. So let me go back to the question now. Talking about adversity, I mean, adversity is good for anybody in life.
Absolutely.
Because the truth is, you will learn from that experience. And my Bible tells me that when a righteous man falls one time, he would rise up 7 times. So which means there is a place of failure. There is a place for falling.
Absolutely.
There's a place for such negative experiences. And so it's important that we also allow children to experience such. And it starts very basically from a child is given a task homework, for example, and it's a challenging homework, and the child is now crying and wailing and sulking, I'm not going to do it. And you are like, oh no, I can't stand it when this child cries. Please, if this child does not cry, I don't know, at what time will the child cry? And to develop the muscles, and, at what time will that child cry?
Yeah.
So it's important that, we as parents, we coach ourselves as well. We've slacked in some areas. And because this is a reality of life, that homework is challenging. Okay, why don't you try again? Give that child the opportunity to try. Encourage that child to try and keep trying.
Don't be so quick to save.
We are
helicopter
parenting. We are just too quick to fix it. Mommy, fix it.
Yeah.
And because we are forever there to fix it, when they become adults, and that's what we see going on around in our generation with, people who are getting married to each other, there is no tolerance for, there's no tolerance for adversity. Nothing like that. I can't stay. Why? Because my mom is there to salvage the situation, to save the day. My dad is there. He would send some money to my account. We teach them to become over-reliant. So when they are children, that's when we can actually address this and begin to instill, this attitude of resilience into children.
Yeah.
So allow them to fail. Let's talk about it. Read a story for the children. Read a story. Okay, I think I just taught some of my children recently about the little red hen. Who was very hardworking, and you had the dog, the mouse, and the cat who would nap all day. And it got to the time where, yes, the meal had been made. He found, so he grew the wheat. So he found a grain of wheat, planted it, and it grew. He took it to the mill. It was milled, made a cake out of it. And then it was at that point that others were like, okay, now it's time for us to have a snack. We want to eat, some cake. And Little Red Hen said, oh, really? You did not help me. So why should I share with you? That's what we are saying. Sometimes you have to be very firm. It's okay for us to be firm. It's not every time that our children will like us. I always say to my children, so when you have headache, for example, and you take your medicine, is it very sweet? No. But the truth is, the effect it has on you, the impact is for the positive. And that's how adversity is.
Absolutely.
So let them see that adversity is like a pill. It's like a pill. It would all work out for your good. If you do not remain at that level, you must learn to rise up. So there's a Yoruba adage that says that when a child falls down, the child, moves on and just keeps running. But if an adult falls down, the adult stops, looks behind and like, what's the cause of my fall, of this fall, and then moves on. Why? Because next time when he's going through that route, he knows that, oh, there is something here, an obstacle here, and I must learn to avoid it. And that's the experience. So we must teach our children to develop resilience in their character. So it comes from, you are playing with your friends. You have one or two friends who does not like you. So why don't you find out why that friend does not like you? And if that friend does not like you, you can go on and make another friend. You mustn't be too forceful, in your relationship. These are the things that we can talk to the children about. We can use real life experiences. You can teach them. I mean, the Bible is so rich, so rich, for those who are Christians. It has so many life lessons to teach the children about adversity. And we'll learn that lesson even from the Lord Jesus Christ. He had said, yes, it would, adversity would happen. But he said, be of good cheer. The problem is there. But be of good cheer because he has overcome the world for us. Have that hope, have that belief that he has overcome the world for us. So develop it also in their competence. And so it's important, let them learn some skills. Even in their, maybe you have 5-year-olds, 7-year-olds who are into baking. Of course, the first cake they will ever bake is going to be a mess. But teach them to keep trying and not give up. They are doing their homework, for example. Teach them it's okay for you not to even get it right. So when they fail, it's a learning opportunity. It's a learning curve for them. So watch the experience, and that is your application going forward. When we keep doing this from time to time, children then will develop their resilience, because you are not teaching them as a teenager when they've already become smoked fish. And so you are still trying to catch them young.
Yes.
When the fish is still fresh in the ocean,
Yes.
we've not brought it out of the ocean, it's still very fresh.
Yeah.
You know, all you need to do is just take it to another environment, and I'm very sure it will adapt with just one or two conditions. Talking about resilience in terms of our attitude as parents as well, children feed off our energy as parents. So let's say this is the era of COVID, uncertainties, post-COVID. There are still so many uncertainties, inflations all over the world. The economic space is not even friendly in any way, in any part of the world. Yeah. This season, this period is really difficult. And you, as a parent, what is your attitude? What do you say to your children? What do they see you do? How do you navigate this experience? Are you very optimistic that there is light at the end of the tunnel? Or it's a case of, you know what, I've lost my job and we've lost everything. Is that what you say to your children or to your child? So it's important that we also develop a positive attitude. It's very easy for us to say, you know what, you have to do this, you have to do that. But our children will learn much more from us. Not what we say, but what we do. So what we do matter. Every single thing we do as parents, they matter a lot, because the children will pick up from that. They will remember a time when mom had a business failure, for example, and I remember my mom was able to do this. Yes, you know, she was down a bit for 1 or 2 days, but she picked up, and these were the steps taken, you know, and for her to bounce back. So because we've said that adversity is part of life. Yeah. It's an integral part of life. Yes. So why do we want to shield the children away from it? Yeah. So we are looking at the experience we have now. The children cannot have everything that they need or that they've requested for. So what we say to them, how we make them see the reality of our world, it also matters. Are we navigating this experience, you know, with a very positive outlook? Or we are always looking very gloomy because, you know, every time you are always calculating, I need to pay my bills, I need to do this, I need to do that. Let's cheer up, because it's just a phase. It's only a phase. It can't last forever. And that's why I love that book of that guy. I can't remember the name of the author now. The guy who wrote Tough Times Never Last. It's only tough people who do. I think I would have loved if he could write, you know, a version for children. But even those experiences, parents can read that book and, you know, pick up from it. So as parents, we need to develop a positive outlook towards those when things go south. Understand your children or understand your child. What are the things that, you know, trigger off your child? What are the things that your children are really, really in love with? And how do you know that? How do you know all of these things? When you see a child who enjoys, you know, a particular activity, that's that child's calling. Just, okay, but you have to go to school. It's important that we go to school, but you can choose whatever you want to be. I have had so many experiences and, you know, cases of people who would go to school, their parents would spend a lot of money on them, becoming doctors, lawyers, and things like that. And at the end of the day, they come back to own and establish a fashion house. Some of them will go into catering. Yes, the education, of course, will give you that advantage. No doubt about it. But let's not force the kind of life we want our children. Let's not force it on them. Allow them to be themselves. If a child says to you, I want to go to school to study secretarial studies, for example, it might not make... I know it's one vague course, you know, in Nigerian universities where they study to become secretary, office secretary and things like that. If that is what your child wants to become, of course, there will be professional courses. You can be a company secretary. That child might later on have interest in studying law, company law, and things like that. There will be opportunity to improve. It's just the basic. I mean, learning in life is a continuum. It's a continuum. It never ends. So allow your children to be themselves. Let them grow. Let them just enjoy their childhood. A lot of children have routines that it's back to back. Monday, No, the start of the week is a Sunday. So I would say Sunday to Saturday. So they wake up in the morning, there's this thing they have to do, 15 minutes of this, 10 minutes of this, you have your food menu, you do this, after that, and everything is timetabled. Not even where, okay, so what's your interest? What would you even like to do today? Offer them choices. Offer your children choices. Learn to know them. Okay? Don't let them live a scripted life. Learn to know your children. Study them. What do they have interest in? What is their area, or what are their areas of interest? And help, guide whatever they are doing and their activities, tailor it around their interest. I understand the place of, yes, I own a conglomerate and all of that. But trust me, you might have 10 children, you might have 5 children. It might just be one of those children who will be interested in that. It's fine. And if you don't have any child who's interested in that, where's the place of estate? I mean, you can develop it into a trust, grow it into a trust, and that business will continue. It will outlive you. And I think why some of these things happen is because, fear of unknown. I want this child to carry on with my legacy. I want this one, I want that one. How about that child's legacy? What is that child created in this world? Why is that child in the world, to solve a problem? I always say to people, we are all in our spaces, no matter how minute the contribution we are making to the world. There is something you are contributing. You might not contribute at a very mega, macro space. It might be a micro space. It could just be one person. You might just be called in this life to live a purposeful life just for one person. If it is just one person, why don't you enjoy it? If it is 2 people, enjoy it. If you are called to solve problem for, the entire world, enjoy it. However, is anybody called to solve the problem of the whole world? It will still be, an integral part of the world. So allow them to be, and don't force your own life on them. They shouldn't compensate for the things you lost or you missed out as a child. They shouldn't be the one compensating for it. It's not fair, in my own opinion.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Oh, wow. Amazing, amazing, amazing. These ones, I don't know, they're not snacks, so I don't think I'll call them snacks. These are meals for you, meals for you. Thank you for joining us on
It's
Soul
a
Snacks.
pleasure.
It's been awesome.
It's
I've
a
learned
pleasure.
so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you for joining us too. And just want to say, if this has helped you, please share it. Please like the video. Please comment. Let's hear from you. Let's communicate with you. And don't forget to subscribe, all right? Take care and have a good one. Mrs. O, it's been amazing.
Thank you for having me.
Hello and welcome to Soul Snacks. This episode, it's going to be amazing. So I have with me a serial entrepreneur, someone who is resilient, one of the most resilient people I know. And this person, you know what, I don't want to talk too much. She's none other than my one and only blood sister, the wonderful Shola Adewomi. Woo! Thank you so much. Thank you for joining us on Soul Snacks and Courtesy Vintage by Naomi. We have these amazing snacks and this wonderful setup with the peppermint tea. Amazing.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for having me. You're doing such wonderful work, and I'm only just honored that you thought of me to be on your show. So,
of course. Who else would be the first businesswoman that I would feature on this show? I mean, I'm so proud of you. You know what? Let's just get into it. We want to get to know her. I mean, she's a serial entrepreneur, like I said, diver. Like, should we start listing them? She's someone who has entrepreneurship at her core, and we have personal conversations where I'm asking her like, wow, I mean, you are dogged, as in, because business is very challenging, as most entrepreneurs know, and especially out in Africa, in Nigeria, in the country where we're shooting this from as well. It's challenging on steroids, okay? So if you're still running, yeah, I mean, you're like, how many decades in business now?
well, so you're saying that it makes like I'm really old. But we have definitely gone way beyond the first decade, and we are moving close to the second decade. So
Yeah, yeah.
and to be honest, I think 2 decades. Yes.
Exactly.
We shouldn't try to hide that. What I have accomplished because of my age. So yes.
Yeah, you've accomplished
Definitely,
so
almost
much.
2 decades. Yes.
Yeah, yeah. And you know, she's also someone that is extremely street smart. Like you'll see her, you might think, oh, okay, this girl, she looks like she's too posh, you know, which she is on some levels, but don't try how she's very street smart. She has really great business sense.
Wow.
You know, Shala, honestly, like if I were to ask you, what are the top 3 things that you'll say shaped you
Yeah.
in becoming who you are intrinsically from the inside out? What are the top 3 things that have shaped you into becoming the woman that you are today? What will those 3 things be? Talk to us about them, describe them. Please take us away.
Yay, I can't wait. Thank you anyway, again, like I said earlier, for that wonderful introduction.
You're so welcome.
And I'll just get right into it. So if I have to say the top 3 things, I'll say number 1 actually would be, I have to think back to my childhood because, you asked me what shaped me, you know. So I just, that question, and I can't answer it without first, thinking back into my childhood and saying, just, the first one would be the act of responsibility, like to take responsibility, the act of being responsible.
Yeah.
I remember way back in the days when I was just I don't even think I was a teenager then, to be honest. My younger brother, your elder brother, I remember, I think I was given the responsibility to walk him to school and back. Yes. School was close to us. We're living in Ikeja at that time. You were very young, so you wouldn't, remember. But it was close to us at that time. Not every day, but some days. He and I would walk to school and walk back.
Wow.
Moving on, how would I say, house chores, responsibility. Like I would, every weekend we would wash the clothes, we'll wash the toilets. I swept every morning. We had designated chores. Washing the plates, it's my turn. But as a woman, actually, I had more to do than brothers. So that being said, I would say I left home pretty early, which you knew. I went to the States to study, and it was new for me because I was a teenager and I was with, in a different world, I would say, but I had to take responsibility.
That was huge, just to say, because we were trained
not to have gone to do
any boarding school.
Any boarding school.
We never went to boarding school. We never went for sleepovers anywhere.
Sleepovers anywhere. Yeah. So leaving home
so now
and
just
completely not even being able to be in my comfort zone. Thank God, of course, the family I was with were awesome. But again, the country and the whole atmosphere was totally different for what I've known, been used to. So I took responsibility. I was able to, just on my own, no mommy, no daddy.
Yeah.
I can't call them immediately to tell them or get back home to say this is
and
what
there was
happened
no
in
WhatsApp
school.
back then, by the way.
Definitely not. I had to, buy phone cards. So it's not even like cell phones or anything like that. So, I came back, all the way coming back home. I, started my first business, Touch of Glamour. I've always been in the beauty wellness industry for a very long time. So I started that first business, but I was not even 21 yet when I started it. And it was also that responsibility, all those things that have shaped me to know that you prioritize, you put these things first that really matter. And with that business, from having about 20-something staff members to making sure that I paid them every month, putting my own needs aside to make sure that these people that have their own family, they're working for me.
You were responsible for them.
So I would say act of being responsible, actually. So going back into childhood and teenage years and early adolescence and stuff like that, all those actually made me a responsible human being, a responsible woman, so that is number 1. I would say it really shaped me. So I'll say I have my parents to thank for that.
Amazing.
And of course God for helping me out where I was alone and then being able to take certain decisions. The second one I would say is, to be honest, I would say an active conscience. So I have an active conscience. That is something that I don't know. I find that a lot of people don't have, and some people have it. But my conscience is quite active. You know, it's that thing that will keep on. Shala, what are you doing? Shala, this thing is wrong. Shala, you know it's better to be like this. You know, to do good. This is the good. This is the bad. This is, you know, whatever makes you sleep at night, as they say.
Yeah.
I don't know how some people sleep at night, but I really want to sleep lovely, nice, peacefully. So I will make sure that my conscience is right with what it is that I do, even right from childhood. Yes, with whatever it is I decide or do or choose to. You know, from little things as being nice to somebody, or little things as giving somebody money, or just saying no or yes, or wearing this or not wearing that, or going to this place or not going to that place, you know, whatever it is. But my conscience is quite active. I try to be fair as much as possible, and especially because I have a job in which I deal with a lot of people. So I'm a people business from my staff to the clients that come in, you know, right from when I was young, that I started off Touch of Nama. I need to be fair. So even if I am a businesswoman, I still want to be able to sleep at night. So I wouldn't take your money and not give you the service that you want, or I wouldn't take your money and you're not satisfied with the service, and I see that it's fair, your argument, then I will make it, you know, stuff like that. So I would say that, or I'm fighting with my brother, or I'm fighting with my friend, or even if I have an authority over somebody, or I have the, you know, ability to actually be on top of somebody, I still will try to be fair. So my conscience is very active. It will prick me. It will tell me I'm laying in my bed at night. It's like, you know what you did was not good. You know how you did this was not good. So that actually made me, and still makes me, a better person, to actually be a good person and a better person, and continuously thriving and striving to be, you know, the best that I can be in. You know, pretty much that. And I would say the last one would be faith. Yeah, I have good faith. I am not where I need to be in my Christianity life, or whatever it is, or spiritual life, but I would say that my faith is actually really, really good. So I believe that God will not give me what he doesn't think that I can handle. I feel that because of how I have grown from childhood, you know, going away, having to struggle different decisions and make different decisions and deal with different, you know, cultures and stuff like that. I feel that he's seen me through all those years, and continuously into making my business decisions, making them a reality, because they've been dreams, and then he will make them a reality. He will help me, you know, like you were talking about me being street smart and stuff like that. I went to a vocational school, but it's not something that you really learn if it's not something that was given to you. So I feel that, you know, God somehow gave me this entrepreneur gift somewhere or the other. So I have faith that whatever it is that I plan to do, or in fact, he planted the idea, because he's telling me, my daughter, you can do this, go this way. How is it going to happen? Oh my God, how am I going to? Somehow it could take 6 months, a year, 2 months, whatever. But that faith is there that, yes, if I, you know what, it will happen. And it does always happen. So I would say those three things are big in shaping the woman that I am, the person that I am.
Wow, wonderful.
Yes,
Thank you so much. Beautiful. I'm sure there's so many other things you could have mentioned, but those three are so powerful. Yeah, thank you so much for that. Thank you so much. Powerful, powerful. Now, Shola, if I were to hold a microscope to your soul, to your inside, what will I find in there? What will I find in there that makes you keep springing back to birth new dreams, to birth new visions, to birth new goals? Especially when you faced different, diverse challenges, particularly in business.
Yeah.
What will I find in there that keeps making you, in your inside, what is that thing? How would you describe it?
I feel like we need to give you a microscope, because, you know,
yeah, let's pretend.
Talking, let's find it. Yeah.
If only I could look inside.
Let's go. But yes, you know what? That is a very good question. And thinking about it, I think the first thing I would say is, because like you have said, and you know, I've also mentioned, I have been in this business, being an entrepreneur for almost 20 years. And I would say the first thing is persistence. So I am very, very, very persistent. So I am. I just keep going. I just keep going. But it cannot be done. What do you guys mean it cannot be done? Okay, what if we do it this way or that way? Must it be done the way it has been done before? We can do it in a different way.
True.
You know, so I am very persistent.
That's true.
I will keep on keeping on.
Don't take no for an answer.
No, I don't. We will
I'm
find
a weakness.
a way.
Yeah.
We will find a way. We have to. I am persistent. I've always been that way, and I feel that is a number one thing you will find in my soul with this microscope that you're talking about. That this woman is so strong-willed. You know, I have the willpower of all the strong horses put together, or all the strong animals, as they say, willpower of a rhino, but I think it's more than a rhino. I think it's more of all these really strong animals put together, but I have that willpower, so I'm very persistent. That would be number one.
Wow, amazing.
Number two, I would say, I think it's the gift of creativity. So again, you know, this is where I feel my God. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, God. I am a creative. I think of myself as a creative, and we creatives, we just keep springing up. We just keep coming up with things. You know, we always looking for something new, something great, something better, something they haven't done this way or that way before. We're trying to invent things, and so our brains and our minds are constantly working, and because of that, I don't get tired easily. I'm a deep thinker, so I'm always like, what if we do it this way? What if I introduce this? What if, you know, I see value here, so what if I create something that would actually, you know, generate not only just financially, but also let people benefit from it, you know, whatever. But I feel it's also the act of being a creative that also helps me keep springing back up, because then, you know, one idea goes off, it's like, okay, you know what, give you time, you're coming up. Give you time, another one is coming up, coming up. And I will say, this is also very important, a strong family presence. Like, so I have a strong family presence here. My father, my mother, my brothers, you know, relatives, uncles and aunties and stuff like that. Which, you know, I'm saying we now because of course this is family. We are there for each other. We are like, you know, we build a wall around each other, and we show up for each other. And I have had that for so many years, and all throughout my businesses, my family has always been there for me. They have always been there for me. They always show up. If I'm down, it's okay. You know what? It's fine. We're here. You don't want to do it anymore, which of course I'll change my mind next day. Like, I thought of a different way. I was just down yesterday, but you know, we're here. What do you mean? You better get up. You know, whatever it is, however way, but they come through. You guys come through. They show up. So for me, I would say strong family presence. I'm an introverted extrovert. As whatever that means to people, but self-explanatory, introverted extrovert. So sometimes I'm all bubbly in the life of the party, and sometimes I'm all, I don't want to be disturbed. I don't want people to. So it's quite interesting for you to understand my character, or, you know, the way I am. But my family, they understand, and they've always been there through the thick and the thin, and the robust and the skinny and whatever it is. So, and the fourth one is this one. I'm a risk taker. I am a risk taker. So I say to myself, a risk taker and a war leader.
War leader, please shed light, elaborate,
so
expatiate.
Exactly. It's just a statement.
Okay.
That I use just to, but I'll explain it.
Please.
So basically, a risk taker, of course, we all know, big risk taker. I'm not so quick, but I don't mind to put all my money into something I believe in, into something I feel that will work, into something that I feel that, you know, there's a need for it in the society or something like that. You know, it might be tough, it might be difficult, but a lot of people are wondering why don't you just go the easy way route or something like that. But I'm a big risk taker, especially because I've done few businesses, and it's like, okay, we gave this a try and stuff like that. Why do you want to do another one again, or this type, or this, you know, magnitude? But I'm a big risk taker, and it has taught me, you know, good lessons, but also bad lessons. But I would say that more of the good. So I would still consider myself as a, you know, big risk taker. And I say a war leader in the sense that, imagine going to the war front. That's how I think and take business really to be, especially in Nigeria. It is a war.
Absolutely,
okay?
absolutely.
It's a war. We're going to war.
It's not for the faint of heart.
Not at all. Not at all. So I feel I'm a war leader. I feel like I know how to lead my army. In this case, my team, my staff, you know, but I know how to lead them to the war front. I know how to get to the war front. I know how to prepare before we go to the war front. So as a war leader, we know the things that we need to do, have ready, prepare, and then for the business to, you know, come to life. And the business comes to life and we are at war. So we get to war. I know how to fight to keep our own. I know how to motivate my team, my army, you know, to fight. That is my staff, the customer service, the strategies that we use are, you know, stuff like that. I know how to do that. And I feel that I also know how to live and fight another day. Because in war, I mean, somebody has to win, and sometimes nobody wins. You know what I mean? So for me, I feel that even at war, if I realize that in this business, if I realize that it's time for me to take a, you know, back seat, let's live to fight another day. How's that thing? When there's a will, there's a way.
There's a will, there's a way.
When there's hope,
when there's life, there's hope.
Exactly, things like that. So if you don't have life, if you're going to kill yourself over this or stress over that or injury, you know, all
you
that
won't even
stuff,
be alive
you won't
to
be alive to do that. So basically for me, I know when to live to fight another day, like, or choose to live to fight another day, and also saying the same thing to my team. And as time goes on, I also know how to, I mean, you know, even in the war, I know how to raise the white flag of peace and say, okay.
How do you mean?
I mean, like,
in the context of a business.
Business, yeah. So I was going to explain that. So I say, you know, like in the war, it's like we raise the white flag and we say, okay, we've given up, right? So in the context of the business, I'll say, after fighting and fighting and fighting, giving all our best, doing all our tactics and everything we've trained for and lived for and all that, even come back to, you know, like, let's say little battles, and then we come back again to fight another day, all those things being done. And I realize I make strong business decisions, you know, and I see that it doesn't look like we're going to win this war or a battle in the sense of a business. It doesn't look, I've tried for 8 years, I've tried for 5 years, but there are just these things that are not working in the favor of the business, one way or the other. It could be anything, to be honest. So I know how to just say, okay, it's time for this business to, you know, take a break, wrap up, go re-strategize, or end it, come back in a different way, and it's time to let go. It's time to come up with another idea. It's time to come back again. It's time to counter our losses and then just, you know, learn from the mistakes that we have made, regroup, replan. Again, as you said, I keep coming back. And then I will be back. So yeah.
I love that. I love that last point, the analogy you gave about the war front and the flag. Beautiful, like I was picturing it as you were saying it, you know, and it looked so beautiful. But it's so true. It is so true. Looking at it like that, actually.
Yeah, because there was a time I was talking to somebody and they said to me, when I said to them that, oh, you know, with one of my businesses, I had it for 8 years, and I realized that, okay, you know, society changes, so many things, you know, there are several factors that play, you know, reasons to why you want to give up a business that you've worked at so hard and
run
stuff
successfully.
Like that. Successfully, of course, and has a name, won won several awards and stuff like that. But there are different things. You know, there are times where, oh, it was the newspapers. Now it's all over social media. Now, so you can imagine different hits come, onto different businesses. So there was a guy I was talking to, and he said, oh, I remember your business. You guys were doing so well. How, did you make that strong business decision? I was like, oh, and because I did it so nicely that I'd even put up a banner outside. I wrote a love letter, so to speak, to my clients. I put it out there and said, hey, I wish you guys the best in your quest for beauty and stuff like that, And then I give them a big fat kiss at the end of the letter. And they were like, how were you at peace with that? I was like, I had to get to that point. It was a business decision. It hurt me, of course, but then it was better to count our losses. It was better to actually, pull back than to continue to give to something that isn't giving you what you wanted to give back to you or even to the society. So they were like, wow, that's amazing. Some people know how to start, but they don't know how to stop. But I know how to start, and I know when and how to stop.
That's amazing.
I feel that way.
Wow.
So these are the things you will find in my soul.
Wow, that is amazing. I love that. That is deep. That is deep. Basically recognizing the seasons, being sensitive to know when to cut your losses or when to take a step. I mean, I love that. It takes... It's
a war. We're going to a war. We're living to fight another day. Are we throwing the white flag? Are we giving it all
I told you she had plenty experience, plenty wisdom.
So
amazing. I love that.
Thank you very much.
Now moving on to my next question for you. You're a very big advocate for wellness, and particularly with the launch of your most recent new project, baby business, Vintage by Naomi Luxury Spa in Lagos, Nigeria. That's where we are right now. You should check it out. It's incredible. I mean, luxury, wellness. I mean, it's amazing. It really is breathtaking. Like, I remember the first time I stepped into this place, I was like, really, and it's not just the place or the ambience, it's also the service that you get as well, the creativity. I looked through your the menu of your services, and I saw, the creativity.
People call it a Bible.
Well thought out, like every single service, like the names, all the details, the vintage story to it as well. Oh my goodness, it's amazing. And
thank you.
I wanted to just say well done, and particularly on wellness though. Why wellness?
Why not? That's what I say. Why not? Everybody wants to be well, right? But I think some people do not understand the meaning of well, or being well, or wellness, right? But to me, I would say what it means to me and why I have decided to introduce what that means to me to people out there, to the world. For me, wellness is being healthy and being at peace in totality with your well-being. Completely being at peace, being healthy 100%, but also being at peace with your well-being. And I mean your mind, I mean mentally, I mean psychologically, I mean physically, I mean emotionally. Being well. Your emotional state of mind has to be well. Your physical state of being has to be well. Psychologically, mentally, you have to be well. So that is in totality what I mean when I say, being healthy and being at peace in totality with your whole being. So a lot of people know how to work and not know how to take care of themselves. They know how to go to the hospitals and think that, that's just where wellness actually stops. But no, it doesn't stop there, because I've always been an advocate, and I say to people that there are some things that are wrong with you that you need a spa for, not the hospital. Actually, you need a massage. You need to be in a serene environment. You need to be in paradise. I will explain paradise. Spa, paradise, we merge it. That's one of our words that we use. We call our place at Vintage by Naomi here paradise. You need to take You need to go away from the stress, the hustle and bustle of life, because that also in itself is being well. It's a practice, it's a lifestyle that I want people, you know, how people do yoga, how people meditate.
Yeah,
Those are
yeah.
wellness, you know, examples, being able to get to that peaceful state of mind
Yeah.
with yourself, and that also affects and helps your
Absolutely.
whole being. So for me, here I decided to have various types of massages. Being vintage, also we decided to go ancient vintage with it. Traditional spa rituals, traditional massage rituals
Okay.
that way back when used to help, you know. So for instance, we have the Indian one that is the Ayurveda massage, which is the
Wow.
study or the longevity of life, the science of longevity of life. So that is also wellness. That is a major part of it, because they totally believe in organic, you know, using organic oils or herbs and organic spices to massage the body, to actually
Okay.
aid, you know, healthy lifestyle, healthy, how would I call it? Just, you know, your whole body to be 100% healthy. Also, apart from that, you know, just, how would I say this? Like, coming to, you know, like I said, you know, getting away from the hustle and bustle, you know, coming into a place where it's serene, it's quiet, you
Yeah.
can hear yourself think, you are, you know, distressing from everything that is around you. It could even be your house. You know, it could be that you've been playing mommy too much, or you've been playing daddy too much, and you know, you just want to have
Quality
time out,
time,
yes,
yeah.
for yourself. And then you want a place where it caters to those needs that you can't even really explain, that you're not even sure, but just having a warm smile, having somebody meet your body, that is massage you and give you the actual healing that your body deserves, that you yourself didn't know that you needed. And I want you to walk out of here feeling at peace, you know, with your mind, feeling at peace because your body feels lighter. A lot of people say to me when they're done with massages that they feel like they're a newborn baby.
Oh,
Or
wow.
yes, they say they feel rejuvenated, they feel alive,
that's good.
they feel refreshed, they feel like their
Amazing.
pores can breathe, something
Wow.
like that. You know, they're just different. People give me hugs and they just go, oh, thank you so much, I really needed this. I
Wow.
wasn't so sure how badly I needed it until I, you know, finished with the
Yeah.
whole process. So that is wellness. I want you to actually be well 100% and be at peace. I'm gonna say one thing real quickly. Healthy, when I say that healthy, you know, you can be healthy and not be 100% healthy. We all have, what I mean by that is we all have various things that we are dealing with in our lives, right?
Yeah,
There
yeah.
are so many, you know, illnesses and other types of stuff that people manage. They take medications for, but they are still okay. You look at
Yeah.
them and you can't tell. So I wouldn't say wellness is being absolutely 100% healthy, because you may not be 100% healthy in medical terms, but you are healthy but you are at peace with how healthy you are, because you are taking steps to make yourself better, to be at peace with your whole being. So yeah, so basically that's what it means to me, and that's what I have tried to put into this new business that I have, the spa. And people actually have been getting that feeling, and I've been really so excited and happy, and just, you know, glad that I'm able to express that meaning to them. Yes.
Wow, wellness. That is wonderful. You know, Soul Snacks is all about wellness too. So we say we want to deepen and nourish the prosperity of our souls. We want to deepen and nourish the prosperity of our souls. To the next question, we're almost done. Have you ever been burnt out before? I'm sure you have. Being a businesswoman in Africa, Lagos, Nigeria to be precise, for nearly 2 decades.
Need to add more. I need to drink more tea to answer this question, because burnt out.
Have you ever been burnt out? And can you just share maybe the most recent experience, perhaps, or the most fascinating one? Because it could have happened to you a few times, right? You could have been burnt out a few times, possibly.
Yes.
So can you please share, like, as much detail as you want to with us, and how you came out of that, burnt out feeling
State,
or
yes.
season or state? Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Yes, have I ever been burnt out? Severally, actually. Running a business in Nigeria is not for the faint-hearted at all, at all. And the scale in which you run the business is also something that's, that speaks in the sense that if you're, just running a little, at home or something like that, it's different from somebody that has 5 staff or somebody that has 10 staff or somebody that has 20 or something like that. You have to deal with, several other expenses and maintenance of the business. But running a business in Nigeria is not for the faint-hearted. It is tough, especially with the economy that we have right now. It is even tougher, and you people know what I mean. You do, dollar, pounds. We don't want to talk, but
the exchange rate, yeah.
We don't
The
want to
naira.
talk, but we also have the people factor. You cannot do everything yourself, no matter what. You cannot do it yourself. You have to have a team. You have to have people that will also help you to carry these things out. And this is also one of the problems that we face. Also that can lead us to being burnt out, or which has also happened to me before, especially my kind of business. It's a people business. I have to have staff for this section and that section and that section, so people don't usually sometimes see your own dreams and your passion, even if after you explain it to them. They're focused on theirs. They're focused on their own dreams. They're focused on their own ways of what they can get for themselves, and they don't feel your pain or your passion. They just want to collect their salaries. But I'll give you an example. There are several examples that moved me to the bones, that whether it's from my staff or just from the economy, or from things that were beyond my control or stuff, but I'll give you one example. There was one of my businesses. I had a fast food restaurant. I was so excited, I was so happy. I put in all, and I mean all, everything. I put it in. I got everybody and every form of staff they said I should get. I mean, I think I did everything right. But wow, that one actually schooled me. I mean, it was tough because I was dealing with a bunch of our, new staff. I wouldn't say it was a new territory, because I've kind of had that before, experience in operating fast food, but this was me now venturing out on my own to have it, to make it open to the public, and I was running it by myself. But the staff, I had some really great staff, but to be honest, I had some that didn't actually really see my vision, or they were in it for themselves. So food business is actually a very difficult one. I am still in it, but burnt out to the point that I made a very sharp, strong business decision one night, and I closed the business down.
Oh, wow.
I still had a full year in payment for the rent of the place. Yes, I still did. I had, I think, about 13 staff members, and I told them, don't bother coming to work tomorrow. We are no longer doing this anymore. It was quite interesting because all my efforts were just frustrated. They would fight every day. It got to points where I couldn't sleep. If I get a text message, I don't even know who the text message is from, trust me. But if I hear a beep or whatever my tone was, my heart would just go, oh, what do they want again? What is wrong? It could be 4 a.m., it could be 2 a.m. Because this is constant 24 hours. We will have to open up at 8 and close at 10. They have to start cooking as early as 2 or 3 a.m. in the morning, all the way. Everybody had to be on point. There were like shifts being taken, so different people coming in, coming out. So while you're trying to watch them not stealing the food, you're also trying to watch them not stealing the money. But they always come with different ways. So they would come with ways with, sending their friends to come in, and then they take your money out, or they're going to take toilet breaks. You also have to count their toilet breaks. So you check them when they come in, when they come out. It was just a whole lot. And if the cooks are not fighting because they're trying to sabotage each other, then they're spoiling the food, because while they're fighting, they're not cooking well. And then the customers are complaining and your money is being, thrown down the drain.
My goodness.
And then you had like a coup almost even happening, because your auditors, my auditors actually, the ones that I, employed, were actually planning a coup. It was ridiculous. Yes. There was, like the storekeeper and the, what do you call that girl? The recorder. They would have a different thing on their own chart, and the auditor will have something else on his own chart. And while it was time to compare the two, you would see a lot of red marks. You would see a lot of, oh, this one didn't do the job well. No, you didn't do the job well. No, you were trying to toast me or date me, or it was just hectic. You were not trying to focus on business. Instead of that, you were, mediating between cooks and, just to stop. And then that obviously is not a healthy work environment. It definitely affected the business big time. It was a new business. We even still needed to be, in one united front, so that we could actually reach the client and make sure that we bring in our business and perform at our best. But it wasn't happening. I tried everything possible, but I spoke to them. I, invested more money. I got new managers. I was just shocked and surprised at people in general. It was a tough one for me that I'd rather go down, not, continuing something like that, and not let the name or the brand continue to be, rubbed in the mud, or say, oh, we went in there today and this was not done, or this was uncooked, or this wasn't, or they didn't attend to me properly, or whatever it was. You know, I can't do everything myself. Even if I was there from 2 a.m. till 10 p.m. Of course. Things were going down in front of me, behind me. It was a disaster.
So wait, you told them, so when you told them that you are no longer running.
Yes. They were all shocked.
What happened after that? Did you
I fell into almost like a depressive state. It was difficult. It was difficult. I had to sell off.
I can imagine. Wow.
Yes, I had to sell off a lot of the equipment that we bought. I had to find a way for them to get my money back of the 1 year rent that was still pending, that we hadn't even begun to start to use. And I just fell into, it was like I had big dreams and hopes for that business. I expected it to thrive and do well, and I felt that I did everything right. But
that's a difficult one.
The people, it was, and you can't change people, you can't make or force people to see your dreams or to act right or to be good. So it was really challenging for me. I fell into a depressive, just situation at that point that, honestly, it was God and family and, of course, my persistence that brought me back out. I didn't totally cancel the food business, so I decided to just stick to corporate catering than to have a physical store that people can come into and be like a fast food restaurant. So with that, I could control. That I had times, I had a number of people who were cooking for, I had the right price that they were paying per head. I had what we were going to buy. I was able to monitor all these things, and it was easier. I could get contract staff. I could get permanent staff. It was just easier. We had our seasons.
So you went back on the drawing board and just decided, okay, this is not working. Back to what you spoke about earlier about knowing when to step back, to say, okay, you know what? I've tried everything I know to do in this area.
Exactly.
I'm not going to give up on the entire business because
Yes.
it's a passion of
yes,
mine.
we live to fight another day. So I
Exactly, but
decided
how
to
can I?
let them not get to me? Let's close this place down, because if I keep pumping in money, if I keep trying to make them better, I've seen that I've done it for almost a year or even up to a year, and it wasn't giving me the result that I needed. So it was time for me to take steps back, not a step, loads of steps back. And I needed to get them out so I could
Okay.
think clearly. Yeah.
So you
that was it.
focusing now more on you, that situation. So you talked about being in a depressive state. How were you able to come out? How did you overcome to the point where you were now able to re-strategize and then think? Because I'm sure it wasn't the next day
absolutely
that you just said,
not.
okay, I won't do this anymore.
It
I'll
was
do it.
months actually,
Yeah.
because even getting into the next stage and also pumping yourself up to start going to get the deals, because you had to go into these places to get the deals to actually, that's what corporate catering is. You're catering to companies where
Yeah.
you have to actually convince them that your food is good, and you do tests and stuff like that. But before I could get out, I mean, trust me, it was hard, because I had to deal with the fact that I spent a lot of money and I had a lot of hopes, built into that business, and it was almost like it went down the drain and felt like I was a failure. It was like, what is going on? What didn't I do right? Am I cursed? What, how? But like I said to you, I spent time with my family. I couldn't do it alone. I'm not gonna lie to you. I spent time with my family because I was doubting myself a lot. I was thinking it was my problem. It was my fault. I should have recognized this, or I could have been better. Look at all these other people are doing it. How are they doing it? Why did my own fold up? Or why am I not able to do, what they're doing so that I could continue to thrive? But I was able to, I think over time, I was able to talk to myself. I was able to go back to know who I really am and who I really was, to know that my core values were right. I never did deviate from them. I did everything. Like, I had to keep going back to say, check, Shala, but you did this. Yes, you were right. Then you get benefit of a doubt. Then you pushed, then you gave the money. There was nothing that you didn't do right. This wasn't your fault. I had to talk to myself.
Self-compassion,
Yes,
self-talk.
I had to. I mean, of course, you have to get to that point yourself, because you will hear your friends and your family tell you, it's okay, it wasn't your fault. It's okay, don't worry. But this is your problem, really.
Yeah.
It's your money, it's your name, it's your baby, it's your dream,
It's
that
your
just
life.
left your life, that just, went that way. But you made that decision also. I made the decision to stop it. So you have to stand and stick to your decision, and then be able to get yourself. So as people always say, it's not how you fall, it's how you stand. So yes,
that.
we fell, or I fell, but it was a matter of how I stood up.
I love that.
And when I did stand up, I was standing on solid ground.
Amazing.
It might not have been immediately, it might not have been a week, because it wasn't. It wasn't, it took a lot. It took a lot.
Oh,
it took
I love
a lot.
that.
And because you had to build back up. You had to build back up. Like, okay, how do I get this money? How do I get the contact? How do I, you went back to the drawing board. But before I could get there, I had to actually do a lot of self-talk, pep talk to myself, to my mind, to be at peace with what happened, to be able to not blame myself. And even where I had blames, to know that I would not, follow that route or that route again. Yeah, so
wow.
That's one experience I'd like to share with
I
you
love
guys.
that. Amazing. Thank you for sharing that.
Thank you also. Thank you.
Wonderful. So, to our last question,
already?
to make it a little bit lighter, what does Shola do for fun? Because having fun is part of looking after your mind, your emotions, your soul. So would like to know what you do for fun.
Yes, well, Shola actually loves to dance.
Okay.
Yes.
What kind of dance?
Oh, well, I do a little bit of everything, but I'm not like a professional dancer or anything like that. But I dance salsa.
Oh, wow.
Yes, I found salsa like over 12 years ago and stuff like that, and it's liberating. It's actually amazing.
I have a friend who does salsa too, actually.
I laugh a lot. You know, laughter is good for the soul.
Yes.
I laugh a lot while dancing salsa, especially when I was learning it. Because some people, it's funny because I used to see others get upset or get really agitated if they don't get a step or a style. But for me, I just thought it was fun. If I step on somebody's toes, I'll be like, I'm so sorry. Oh, did I get it right? Was I to twist this way? You know, it was until I got it right. Until I am a great, salsa dancer. I love it. I love to take walks. I love nature. So I wouldn't say I love to take walks in the sense that I walk generally on the streets every morning or every night. No, nature. So I love to take walks. Yes, nature walks. I love to take walks along the beach coast or the beach line. I love to go visit waterfalls, places that have waterfalls, and just sit under the waterfall or just sit and look at the beauty, you know, the work of God and the beauty that is, so basically that, and spending quality time.
Quality time with yourself or with people? Or?
Well, I wouldn't, you know what? I just, like I said, what is it?
Introverted, extrovert.
Exactly. So quality time with myself, trust me, I do love to do that. It just refreshes me. It makes me feel good. It makes me think back. It makes me plan. It just makes me be whole. And then definitely quality time with friends and family. I don't have too many close friends, but the ones that I have are always in my corner, and I do spend quality time. So quality time from just talking on the phone, from just going to just talking on the phone 2 hours, that's no quality time. Having drinks, going to watch a movie, visiting each other, having laughs, remembering old days, and acting out and being able to do my razness. Building memories, taking pictures and stuff like that. Spending just quality time with family, my nieces, my nephews, my sister, my brother, my mom. Trust me, I'm a daddy's girl. My dad, So yeah, that's pretty much Shala for fun.
Oh, that's awesome.
That's Shala for fun.
Thank you. It's been wonderful having you. Thank you so much for coming on Soul Snacks.
Yes.
We've loved being here.
Soul Snacks.
Thank you so much for being with us, for watching till the very end.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank
you, Shala. It was awesome.
I love this. Thank you, sis.
Love you.
Mwah.
So proud of you.
Thank you. I am proud of you too.
Thank you.
Wholesome snacks for the soul. Now you know that was share worthy. So why don't you share, like, comment, and subscribe to Oasis with BDO for more episodes of Soul Snacks.